Sutherland, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
Try again on Capitol Hill. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. With most lawmakers still away, the House has delayed disaster aid on the agenda again at this hour. Fox's Jared Halpern is live in Washington.
House Democratic leaders are expected to try one more time to fast-track a disaster relief bill to provide assistance to U.S. states and territories hit hard by floods and hurricanes. Last week and this week, attempts to get unanimous consent were blocked by sole Republican objections. The Senate passed the $19 billion measure last week on an 85-8 vote, but the House must also adopt it to send it to the president. If the measure is delayed again today, a standard roll call vote will be needed when lawmakers return from recess next week. Lisa.
Thanks, Jared. This as new disasters continue to unfold, with tornadoes and the ongoing flooding in the central U.S., record levels along the Arkansas River.
2 levees toppled in Arkansas, threatening thousands of homes. Roads are closed and sandbags are being handed out in Little Rock.
We've seen far too many times individuals who want to test the flood waters. We have to make certain that we turn around and do not drown.
Mayor Frank Scott Jr., the National Guard activated in Illinois.
Fox's Jeff Manasso, more flood warnings in Oklahoma, flooding along the Missouri and Mississippi rivers, too. The number of measles cases in the U.S. now tops 970, a 25-year high. The CDC again urging vaccinations, also noting that outbreaks in 2 parts of New York have continued for 7 months, and if they last into the fall, the U.S. may lose its measles elimination status. Late word of new charges against R&B singer R. Kelly, already charged with 10 counts of sexual assault. Now Chicago prosecutors are charging him with 11 more sex-related counts. Kelly's lawyers say they will review the charges and proceed accordingly. The Dow up 43 at the bell. This is Fox News.
Get a half-gallon of Minute Maid orange juice for only $1.99 when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Get a half-gallon of Dairy Gold milk for only $1.99 when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Get a $7 meal for only $1.99 when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Legends aren't born, they are made. And during our Jeep Celebration event at Cars Plus and Mighty, you'll receive up to $6,000 in accessories with the purchase of a new Jeep Wrangler, Motor Trend SUV of the Year. Customize your new Jeep to the way you want it. Or how about a new Jeep Grand Cherokee? Save up to $5,000. Or save up to $7,500 on a new Jeep Compass Sport. It's our Jeep Celebration event going on now at Cars Plus and Mighty. Cars Plus, driven by you. Accessory special cannot be combined with other offers. See dealer for details.
President Trump set to head back from Colorado at this hour after speaking at the Air Force Academy graduation.
You are the ones who will invent and define the next generation of air warfare. And you are the ones who will secure American victory all the time. Victory.
Also vowing that America's interests will no longer be sacrificed to any foreign power. Somebody was apparently worried about having the USS John McCain where President Trump could see it during his recent state visit to Japan. But the ship was not moved, remaining in its assigned berth. Fox's Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon.
There was an email from the White House military office, including White House staffers, requesting that the McCain be kept out of sight during the president's Memorial Day visit. The president admitted as much this morning after his spokespeople called the entire story fake news.
I would never do a thing like that. Now, somebody did it because they thought I didn't like him, okay? And they were well-meaning, I will say. I didn't know anything about it. I would never have done that.
The email from the White House preceded the president's Memorial Day speech in Japan on board the USS Wasp, which was docked near the McCain, which is undergoing repairs after a 2017 accident.
Acting Defense Chief Patrick Shanahan denies involvement in any request to move that ship. Vice President Mike Pence in Canada meeting with the Prime Minister and talking up the new North America Trade Pact.
I can assure you that the President and I are working with members of the United States Congress to pass the USMCA and pass the USMCA this summer.
The Washington Post is now reporting that the White House plans to set in motion a process that would allow the president to submit that new trade deal with Canada and Mexico to Congress within 30 days. The House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has warned against such a step. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
In illness and in wellness, Calvo's Select Care is health care that is there for you. That's why over 80% of the Guam medical community places their trust and insures with us. We offer our members wellness and fitness programs for a healthier lifestyle and provide a comprehensive medical network on and off island to help members from unexpected illnesses. Contact Calvo's Select Care today for more information.
Join Ray Gibson as he celebrates 40 years on the air.
40 years already? Hi, I'm doing the big broadcast from BMW's brand new showroom at Atkins Kroll, and I want you to join in on the fun. Come on by and see us do the show live and in person, and since it's a party, we've got all kinds of super goodies to give away. United Airlines is letting me give away 2 tickets to Japan. And your next trip to the Philippines, we've got your hotel accommodations covered with goodies from Resort World Manila. It's been a great ride, and this is a great excuse to get caught up with some of our favorite guests and friends of the show.
Ray Gibson's 40th anniversary show is brought to you by AK BMW and Shooting Star Productions, with special thanks to United Airlines and Resorts World Manila.
Tune in Friday, June 7th, or check out the Points Facebook live feed, provided and produced by Shooting Star Productions.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 6 a.m. this Friday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Public Utility Oversight Chair Senator Clint Rigel says he was reminded of Halloween trick-or-treaters after listening to the recording of last November's closed-door meeting held by the Consolidated Commission on Utilities. In an email response to a request for comment from the Guam Daily Post, the senator wrote, "The fact that they are handing out bonuses and raises as if they're handing out candy to Halloween trick-or-treaters shows that the CCU has lost touch with the average household." The CCU released the audio recording of the controversial executive session on Wednesday. At the meeting, pay raises and bonuses for employees and executives at the Guam Power Authority and the Guam Waterworks Authority were discussed in violation of Guam's open government law. The raises and bonuses have since been rescinded after the Attorney General ruled that the meeting was illegal and ordered the raises and bonuses paid back. After listening to the recording yesterday of that executive session, Senator Rigel said, "It's apparent that the utilities are treating themselves and the trick is on us." Former Airman Luis Anthony Vargas will not be released from jail. He's accused of sexually assaulting a 9-year-old girl, and he's been confined at the Department of Corrections since October, where he says he has been assaulted on multiple occasions. Fearing for his life, he asked the court to be released under house arrest, but during a hearing in Superior Court yesterday, Judge Anita Sicola denied his request, saying there is a 9-year-old girl that had been violated, and the court is extremely concerned about the community. Initially, Vargas was on conditional release following his arrest, but he violated the court's order by leaving island to visit his father, who is terminally ill. He left without the court's permission. "I don't like it when people violate my orders," said Judge Sicola yesterday, "and I don't care what their reasons are," she said. Trial for Vargas is set to begin in August. We'll have more news after this.
Business travel just got easier. Take your data plan with you for only $10 a day to all 17 Data-to-Go destinations. Never worry about additional data roaming charges when you go where your business needs you. The US, China, Thailand, and so much more. Have the assurance you need to check emails, surf the web, and stay connected. Call 688-2677 today to make sure your account is Data-to-Go ready. Docomo Pacific. Better together.
KFC has finally answered the world's most important question. What came first, the chicken or the egg? And the answer is both. Introducing KFC's KFC AM, their new Southern and local-inspired breakfast. AM-loaded platter with chicken fried rice, waffles, and Colonel's chicken congee. KFC also has your all-time favorites, AM chicken and egg wraps, Southern biscuit and sausage sandwich, and hash browns. So for finger-licking good mornings, AM will never be the same at KFC. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
10 minutes past 6 a.m. here at The Point. Victoria Espinosa and Jonathan Shea have been cleared to operate the 4 gambling games at the Liberation Carnival this year, and for now, that's about all we're going to know about them. The Mayor's Council of Guam released their names late Wednesday afternoon after being notified by the Department of Rev and Tax that they had been granted tax clearances. Collectively, it appears that Espinosa and Shea committed roughly $300,000 to win the bids for the games of gambling that have been awarded to them. That is the bulk of the money raised from the bidding for the games of both chance and games of skill. It's not clear who they are, whether they have partners, or how they raise the funds to make their bids. Mayor's Council Executive Director Angel Sablan referred the Guam Daily Post to Rev and Tax for any further information about Espinosa and Shea. However, Rev and Tax says they can only confirm that tax clearances have been granted. A tax clearance means they don't owe any taxes. Business licenses are expected to be issued to both Espinosa and Shea on Monday, but those licenses won't reveal much more information than the names we already know. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero told members of the Rotary Club of Guam yesterday that her staff has contacted the bed and breakfast internet booking site known as Airbnb and asked for their help in cracking down on unlicensed B&B operators here on Guam. Airbnb has been asked to identify all of the Guam operators listed on their website and send each one of them a message telling them they have to register at the Guam Department of Revenue and Taxation. We're going to sign an agreement with Airbnb, said the governor yesterday, and they're going to be telling these people they have to have a business license and they have to pay their taxes. Airbnb is the most popular internet site for booking low-cost stays at bed and breakfast establishments around the globe. But there are an estimated 300 bed and breakfast operators here on Guam renting out rooms in their homes. Many are not licensed, and many are not paying taxes. We are out there inspecting them, said the governor. We are following them, and those who are not licensed have been fined, she said. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now with some weather.
Thanks very much, Kevin. It's 6:12 in the morning, partly sunny today, becoming mostly cloudy this weekend with isolated showers and possible thunderstorms. Winds out of the east, 10 to 15 miles an hour. Highs today, 89 degrees. Overnight lows, 79 hot ones. That's what it was in the car when I got into it this morning. Sunset tonight at 6:44. Sunrise tomorrow morning should be about 5:52. Still no radar, but we can scare up the satellite imagery, and Michael Knight can tell you what he sees out there.
Yeah, I got a few clouds in the area. This is a very weak surface trough that's moving on through, and kind of interesting to see that this frontal system to our northeast is actually kind of sagging down southward in this direction. I don't think it's going to continue doing that, but that may help supply a little bit of instability to keep these showers firing off today. Weather Service says things will kind of dry out over the weekend, though, and we can see the drier air. See the pinks in the satellite picture there? That's kind of moving this way, so it will dry out for the weekend and be mostly dry and pretty warm. Keep in mind, we haven't really had any significant rainfall, so the fire danger now is going back up, so be careful out there with your flames.
Where do you think these thunderstorms are going to be coming from?
Well, since we have really light winds, what we're looking at is the possibility of the island effect thunderstorms, because the wind's just not pushing things along very much, and once the moisture gets over the island, it gets a lift from the heat and then forms into thunderstorms. But Weather Service says these will actually be some very quick thunderstorms. They pop up real quick, couple strikes of lightning, and then they rain themselves right out real quickly. So nothing really significant expected for the weekend.
Gotcha. It sounds nice. I'll take some of that additional rain and some of the cloud cover over the island that keeps the air conditioners working just a little bit leaner than most times. 6:13 in the morning. That's news and weather together here on The Point, brought to you by Bank Pacific, where others put branches, they place roots.
We have some really great home loan programs, but did you know we have great business loans too? Every day we're working with companies to purchase equipment, to buy or build properties, or make tenant improvements. We offer letters of credit, working capital, and term loans, and we make all of our credit decisions here. Commercial loans, commercial banking from Bank Pacific.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Viva Bank Pacific.
Bebo, hey, tell you what, if you're looking for a job, they're doing some hiring over there. I got a note says Bank Pacific is looking for somebody to join their team to become their residential mortgage loan specialist. Now, there's some terms and conditions they're looking for, but great benefits packages in what could be the last job you'll ever get because it seems to me once you join the Bank Pacific team, you're a lifer almost automatically. 6:14 in the morning for details. Swing by the Aspinall Avenue version of the Bank Pacific building. Where was I? Oh, I was supposed to tell you about this. Portions of the program brought to you by American President Lines. APL is shipping the future. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You know, there's never been a better time to go solar. Now with battery storage. 632-2613 for your free consultation. And the guys over at Cars Plus. And today is the last day. As far as I know, today is going to be it. The Memorial Day sales event going on now until the close of business. If you've been waiting to upgrade your car, get to Cars Plus up in Mighty today.
Experience the Take Care difference. Take Care members can count on accessing a high-quality, credentialed network of on-island providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and Urgent Care, access to an extensive off-island network of providers, and the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. You can count on Take Care to deliver comprehensive, accredited insurance coverage and quality health care when and where you need it. Take Care. Our island, your health plan. Learn more at takecareasia.com.
Portions of the program also brought to you by GRMC, Guam Regional Medical City. First choice for your specialty care needs. Guys over at Nanbo Insurance. With a reminder, you can save up to 50% on your insurance needs this year with their bundle up plan. Give them a ring today, 477-9754. And then there's Wendy's. You know, they had that Made to Crave menu a couple of months ago where they're talking about all of our favorite hamburgers. Well, they're doing the same thing these days, but with chicken. They got not chicken burgers, but chicken sandwich, barbecue chicken sandwich, the Sauceum bacon chicken sandwich, and I love the way this sounds. I'm gonna go through this a little bit slowly because I want you to kind of savor the moment with me. There is a new sandwich over at Wendy's. It is a BLT chicken sandwich. Wait, you're gonna have to recue that because I wasn't done. It's not just BLT on chicken. It's BLT and chicken and avocado. Something to look forward to. Find it over at Wendy's. They got ya.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
So we make it to a Friday. Isn't that great? Just thinking this morning while I was getting ready for work, coming into the office, I was just thinking about just how lucky I really am. I mean, look, and maybe you too as well. I get to hang out with a couple of great broadcast professionals, and we get into some interesting conversations and sometimes debate over where we are, what we're talking about, some of the deals and stuff like that. But it's just awesome working with professionals like Michael Knight. He's the guy that answers the phone when you call 888-8255. That's 888-TALK. And it loves talking to you when you get on the line, and sometimes we'll put you all the way through the studio so you can talk on the radio.
And I will respond to Duke Sky Talker.
Duke Sky Talker is another way that he will answer the telephone here at the radio station. 988-5874 is the WhatsApp, and again, make the plug. If you're up early and you're watching the sunrise and you just get overwhelmed, just God, I have to take a picture of this. Well, what's the point of taking the picture if you don't share it with somebody? So you can send us pictures of
of your sunrises and your sunsets. Got one here from my friend Pam, who sent me a picture of, as usual, of the sun. Now you can't really make out the sun, but it is the morning view from her place up in Gigo. And another bud that sent a photograph, and I like this one because he gifted or gifted. I forget which is the correct pronunciation, but he sent this one here, morning on Guam. And it's got a little bit of motion of the ocean.
Yeah, that's kind of nice. You know, it'll always be gift to me because, frankly, the first letter means graphical.
Graphical, yeah. So it's a graphical interchange. Graphical interface or interchange format.
Interchange format.
Interchange format is
GIF
how that
is
works.
peanut butter, man.
Right. And JPEG is always going to be JPEG.
Yeah.
WYSIWYG, what you see is what you get.
That's right. Yeah. Which you don't see those anymore.
No, you don't. I mean, that used to be the selling point for just about everything. You didn't have to know how to code something. You just type it on the screen, and what you saw is what you got. Otherwise, you had to go back and learn how to do RTFM, Rich Text Format Language.
Oh, man.
Did you ever delve into that? Did you ever geek out to that?
No. About as far as I got into it was C++, and I was like, okay, yeah, I don't really have the training for this, and I don't have time to learn it because I got kids to feed and stuff, so, yeah.
Yeah, I got to a point with C++, I got to a point where I could say hello world, and I said, okay, that's it. I graduated from that. Don't need it anymore. 20 after 6 o'clock. Also, Kevin Kerrigan in the studio from the Guam Daily Post. Always great to have him along for the ride, and some great stories, obviously. We'll need plenty of morning to get through some of the great stories that we've got in today's Guam Daily Post, including the story from Clint Rigel. Almost said his name, Riley Rigel, but Clint Rigel on utility pays. The trick is on us. It's like trick or treat over at the Consolidated Commission on Utilities and how they're handing out raises and all of that. Obviously, he heard some of the tape that we played for you a little bit yesterday. Might play a little bit more today, just because you can. One of the things I noticed yesterday is it didn't matter where you dropped the needle on that record. It didn't make any difference at beginning, middle, end. Whether you wanted to get to a part where Joey Duenas refers to all of the other department heads in the government of Guam, with the exception of Mary Okada and John Fernandez, as total failures, or whether you just wanted to hear them just kind of wrestle with the whole kind of let's make a deal on who's going to get what, how we're going to do it, what the public perception is going to be, and there's just so much more of that. So I might just do one of those things where just kind of like a Russian roulette, just close my eyes on the cursor and drop the needle somewhere in that audio recording, and then just play it just to see what we might have missed in the process yesterday. But anyway, so Kevin and I in the midst of a discussion here. Today is the 31st of May. And I said tomorrow will mark the middle of the year.
Yes.
Right, because we're at the end of May and the beginning of June, and so June is 6/1, and there's 12 months of the year.
Yeah, but June is the 6th month, so it's actually middle of the year starts July 1.
July 1.
Because 6 months ends in June, and then you have another 6 months.
That's what I said. Sorry.
Yeah, we're both news guys, so that's. Yeah.
Is that really?
Yeah.
We don't look at like the 16th of or the 15th of June and then say that that's the middle. So
it's the middle of June.
It's the middle of June, but it's not the middle of the year.
No.
When is the exact? So the exact middle of the year is.
The exact middle of the year is my birthday.
Which is?
June 27th.
June 27th.
No, it's not really.
No,
but June, yeah, July 1. July 1's it.
So July 1.
Yeah, midnight July 1 would be 6 months in and
actual,
6 months out.
Don't ask me how I got to be 57 years old without knowing where the middle of the year was.
Well, see, here's the thing. May is always such a blur for you. You kind of forget about it, and so that's, and it feels like it's 2 months long to you, so maybe that's what the deal is.
There is that. That is quite the possibility. It's just you get to one of those things and you go, hey, what happened in May? I don't know, but I got pictures. That's best thing about having a smartphone around is somebody's always sending you into a WhatsApp, or you're always taking a picture of something so you can go, all right, I got it. What did you do in May? I celebrated my birthday, and then some other stuff happened in the course of the month. Anyway, so what it is I'm always trying to lay down some kind of significance on something, because I want to have stuff to look forward to, and without making too much of a big deal about it, I have got a ton of stuff to look forward to. It's the weekend, and for a lot of different reasons, I wasn't able to watch the 4th episode of Chernobyl. I haven't in several days got caught up with the guys at Letterkenny. There is supposed to be tomorrow, today, calendar-wise, but it won't air until tomorrow, Deadwood, the movie on HBO.
Wow.
And I'm a huge fan of the series, and like many people and HBO series, I remember the last episode of Deadwood when they did it and said, "That's it, That's it? That's where we're going to leave the series?" It's like the end of Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones. And I'm going, well, wait a second. There is more. I need to know more about what happens. Where's the characters? What's going on? So they made a movie, a Deadwood movie, I guess, to follow it up and maybe pick up some of those loose scraps. So that's going to be tomorrow. And if you need one more thing to be thankful for and to look forward to into the weekend, it is Domino's is opening their Agana store. Now, it might already be open. I don't know, but they're opening up the Agana store, and I just wanted to offer them my congratulations. I've always been a fan of Domino's, and now there's a Domino's pizza place that is literally, I don't know, let's call it 5 minutes from my house. And get out of the house, go down the street, go down the road, bang, Domino's, and then I'm happy. The only thing that I'm a little bit disappointed is they didn't likewise bring back the El Pollo Loco that was in there. It used to be an El Pollo Loco. You remember you've had El Pollo Loco, right?
Yes, I have.
Crazy chicken. So they got this broiled chicken, baked chicken out on the thing, and then they had you could get this whole spread with I don't know, I'm trying to tortillas and it was God, it was
Spanish
good.
rice, the whole nine yards. Where in Texas,
great salsa on that. Yeah. So we had anyway. So they were El Pollo Loco for a while, and then I don't know, something happened and it became Pollos, which was exactly the same thing except I think the franchise fees, and then eventually that went away. And I always thought, man, it would be great if they could bring something like that back, or a pizza place, and they turned it into a pizza place, so I'm darn happy about that. Is it time for me to start with the hellos? No.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name.
Hi, Auntie Narissa's online wishing us a half a day from beautiful Victoria, BC. And having been to beautiful Victoria, BC on a number of occasions, I have to say, yes, you are absolutely right. There is something gorgeous and spectacular about that place. She's not first on the list, though. First on the list today is Mark Mendiola, followed by Pam Duvall, Anita Muffness with a pretty Valentine's eyes, is John Regis and Randy Kruger, Tim Lahan, Lynn Vince, Borja Polino, and Carlos Barreto online. Mark Cruz is doing his wave, and Nick Pulaski is doing the traditional good morning hoik. John Ray, tight to know, online. Simon Sanchez has joined us this morning. John Ray says, Biba Betness. There's Albert Eliason, Charlene Marchessault, Mingo Ree. I just like saying Mingo Ree. Andy Henricks, Doris Mendiola, Hafa a day to you. Nate Horn is there. Tomas Tenorio Bernardo is online. Thanks, Bill. Got it. Nate Horn says, it's Friday. You don't need to look forward to anything else. It just happens to be Friday. Got to do shouts to Cheryl Lachai. Dennis Ben-Sur is online. Ken LG, that's the other Governor Leon Guerrero, Ken LG. And thank you very much. Ken was the guy yesterday. And I mentioned I got the audio late Wednesday night, but I had other stuff to take care of, so I didn't have a chance to listen to it. Then I got on the air in the morning. Anyway, so Ken was the guy that did the fast listening and heard what I thought were some of the cooler, more entertaining parts of the CCU meeting from back then. And I still have some of those. I still have some of those points, Ken. And if maybe you've heard a couple of other things that you think might be just as I don't know, annoying, provocative, or amusing, go ahead and send me those timestamps, and I'll see if I can get those queued up for the listeners. Tony and Annette and Pinko Ada saying good morning, everybody. Rudy Magallanes saying good morning, Ray. Rudy, you're going to get me is it Rudy? Rudy's the one that gives me the Bitcoin numbers, right? 87 yesterday, 8,700 yesterday, or something like that. We'll see where it is for today. Pam Duvall saying finally the Vargas case is one to start with. Yeah, I could riff on that. I got Jeff Pleadwell there, Rose Greeno, Xavier Atalik, Roland Torres is online. Nick Perlowski says they won't give any more information because they will resort to the GovGuam battle cry, it's a personnel matter. I think Bob Klitsky has already cleared up what is and what is not a personnel matter and what needs to be shielded from the prying eyes of the media and the taxpayers and the ratepayers. Roy Gamboa, Huffa Commissioner Marvin Ikeseki, Patty Santiago, Eric McKinnon saying, have a great weekend. Eric, you know what? We're going to do everything that we can to step on the gas on this program, get to 10 o'clock, because almost literally for many of us, that's where the weekend actually begins. Actually, that's not necessarily true. For me, that's where the weekend begins. Michael Knight's got a program on Boss 104 starting tomorrow morning at 6. And, of course, Kevin Kerrigan's got a real-life job over at the Guam Daily Post. Good morning, Mary Flores. Johnson Nicholas wishing everybody a good weekend. And Nick Perloska, Ken LG, can we start a petition to demand the resignation of the CCU members? Well, there's an interesting way to start the morning. Linda Gabriel's there, Pat and Norma Jean Flores, James Howard. So Rigel says they played tricks. So what's he going to do about it? Oversight roundtable? How about the corruption hearings like the ones held on GPD back in the middle of the 1970s? Boy, I remember those. Yoich Rangel is there. Richard Leon is playing around. Rudy asking, whatever happened to El Pollo Loco? I think I told some of that story. Things changed and never changed back. I got my trail buddy Rick Leon online. Brandon Senna, 8,500 today on the Bitcoin. Oh! And Dennis has got numbers. I was looking for these numbers yesterday, and Dennis found them. The bingo numbers, $24 million for the Tuesday jackpot, $7.2 million for the Thursday jackpot, and $2.5 million for the Saturday. So obviously the one that you're going to be playing for is the $24 million one. So for those of you that are into that kind of thing, or maybe looking at maybe just putting a couple extra dollars in your pocket, that might be the way to do it. Santos Kama Anita is online this morning, and there's plenty more that are joining the broadcast. One of the things I've noticed in the last couple of days is the early morning numbers. Just prior to the end of the school year, we were shooting around to 50 concurrent viewers at a time, and that's a lot of people coming in and out. Numbers a little bit lower right now, and the reason is I think the reason is because people can sleep in a little bit longer. You don't necessarily have to wake up 8 people in the house to get the kids ready for school and get them into the car line and get them into the bus and all of that stuff. So I think there's a lot more people that are sleeping in, and if it was me, I would be sleeping in as well, but I get to hang out here at the radio station with you and Mike and Kevin. And a little bit later on, Blake Watson's going to come in, and we're going to pretend to talk about sports. Lots of sports activity going to be taking place this weekend. The big tennis going to be happening. The Kings Pro Tennis event, which is going to be starting in just a couple of days. Torgan Smith actually going to be on the phone in a little bit to talk about that and more as the morning show progresses here on 93.3 The Point. I guess that's enough of the hail and hellos to everybody. So what you made a headline here, and then we'll jump into the fun parts of the Ray Gibson Show. Kevin Kerrigan from the Guam Daily Post now.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. In the headlines from the Daily Post this morning, the family of Librick Manglonia is seeking more than $17,000 in funeral expenses in restitution from Jonathan Pangilinan, the man implicated in Manglonia's death. Manglonia's lawyer, public defender Stephen Hattori, said his client has agreed to pay about $9,200 for the funeral expenses, but they object to paying an additional $8,000 for 16 days of rosaries. Pangilinan and Manglonia worked at Atkins Kroll during a company party in March of last year. They got into a verbal argument that escalated into a physical confrontation. Pangilinan struck Manglonia, who fell and struck his head on the pavement, and Manglonia was later pronounced dead. Pangilinan initially faced murder and aggravated assault charges, but ultimately pleaded guilty to manslaughter. Sentencing for Elast Amanto Cimarron has been delayed a second time after defense counsel asked that Cimarron submit to a psychiatric evaluation. His attorney, Annie Gale, asked for the sentencing hearing to be suspended yesterday due to the defendant's incompetency, she said. Cimarron is one of 2 men held responsible for the 2017 murder of Gilbert Alvarez Jr. Gale told the court she does not believe Cimarron understands what he's facing, and on several occasions, she said, he's gone from being completely mellow in discussions with her to screaming at his attorney. Prosecuting attorney Sean Brown, however, objected, saying there's no factual basis to suspend the sentencing hearing. Judge Senzon took the motion under advisement. Cimarron is scheduled to be back in court on June 10th. Governor Lulian Guerrero yesterday telling members of the Rotary Club of Guam that her staff has contacted the bed and breakfast internet booking site known as Airbnb and asked for their help in cracking down on unlicensed B&B operators on Guam. Airbnb has been asked to identify all of the Guam operators listed on their website and send each one of them a message telling them they have to register at the Guam Department of Revenue and Taxation. We're going to sign an agreement with Airbnb, said the governor, and they're going to be telling these people they have to have a business license and they have to pay their taxes. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
Enforcement, I love it. 6:34, and that's iConnect time. Swing by the nearest iConnect and learn what you need to know about making it so that you're not, paying an arm and a leg for bandwidth that you probably aren't using. They can scale some of these packages that more closely resemble what it is that you use the internet and mobile phones for. Call them later on, would you? 888-8888.
The Crazy 19 menu at King's Restaurants is back with all your breakfast, lunch, and dinner favorites. Fun pancakes, tasty sandwiches, and the local dishes you crave for a limited time on the Crazy 19 menu at King's.
Travel the world and then some with the 2 million United Mile sweepstakes from First Hawaiian Bank. Enter and you could win the grand prize of 1 million miles or be one of 6 other lucky winners. The world is big. Our prize is bigger. Enter at fhb.com/2 million miles. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Sweepstake starts on May 1st and ends June 30th, 2019. Open to legal residents of Guam and CNMI. Ages 18 years or older. Visit 2millionmiles.com for official rules. First Hawaiian Bank. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
Don't see nothing on the traffic gizmo right now. Just trying to look and see if there's any places that might be referred to as kind of hot spots here this morning. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot, maybe just a little bit over by the 76 Ocean Vista for traffic that is moving across that roadway from 10 Alpha up into the Army Drive area. So watch out for that. A little bit of traffic on 8, 10, and 16, but not a whole lot. Looking to see if there's anything that's going to slow you down getting out of the Dededo and northern parts of town. Nope, doesn't look like there's anything. Maybe a little bit of traffic as you get close to the actual village of Jigo, that intersection there. But otherwise, yeah, everything looks like it's running clear. Down into Sumai, looking good. Up by Navy Hospital, looking good up there as well. It's 6:36. That's right now traffic on the point.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
Getting you back to the talk faster. It's the Ray Gibson Show.
I love Guam. Have I ever told you that? I mean, I'm wild about this island, always have been, and probably always. Well, go ahead and bury me here because I don't want to go anywhere else. I've got some ideas on what I'd like to do with the backyard at the house, and I was driving through the village, and I saw almost exactly what I had envisioned for the backyard in somebody else's front yard. So I took a picture of it, and I was just looking for it a second ago to see if I could load it up on the Facebook Live, but I can't. I don't know exactly where it is, but I put it on Facebook on my regular page, and asked because I didn't know what kind of plant is this, and there must be 2 or 3 dozen people that were able to jump in and go, oh, that's red ginger. That you want that for your plate. Red ginger is the thing, and in most of the cases, because I'd also ask where can I find it. In most of the cases, all kinds of people volunteering to give me some red ginger from their yard, perhaps to transplant it over to my yard. Of course, it's possible that they were also doing that in order to get some free labor, to have somebody come by the house and start cleaning out their backyard. But that's all right. It's nice. And one of the things, one of the senses of community that you get when you get to hang out here in a town like this. Francis Salas online with us this morning. I see Gwen Timingler there. Dave Torrey is online. Brad Hokinson, who is again chiming in from Brandy Pond in Naples, Maine, wherever that happens to be. We were talking about Bitcoin a few minutes ago. Rudy Magallana says Bitcoin dropped at 2:04 a.m. It was close to 9,000. before it managed to drop to below 8,500. Was also looking at some of the other numbers. The markets are all back up. I don't want to call it a huge rebound, but the Dow and the Nasdaq and the S&P 500 all managed to close in the green. We'll tell you those stories here before too much longer. What's that? Mingo Reese says, drivers be careful along Route 16, Post Office to Ocean Vista 76. Volunteers picking up trash along both sides of the roadways down there. Can you tell which volunteers they are? Is it? Could you work on that? Volunteers picking up some trash. I'm trying to remember who is the one that is in charge of that particular section of roadways. I want to say that might be from 76. I want to say that's was Coca-Cola. Is it the Coke Subway people that are in charge of that? Might be. Or it might be guard guys. Nick Perlowski replying to that saying, thank you, volunteers, because we can't rely on DPW to go out there and clean things up. Well, what about the prisoners? Can we get more of the inmates out there? And see what they can do. Is there something that we might be able to? There's a bill that has been proposed by Senator Jimmy Moylan that makes some changes, and it looks like it would expand the opportunities for people incarcerated at DOC to be able to go out and do more happy labor out there. You know, for every 40 hours that they work out in the streets, that's 1 day off of their sentence. So he wants to see if there's ways that we might be able to pry that open just a little bit more. 20 away from 6 o'clock in the morning, and then there's another idea where it says, you know, not everybody has to go to jail. There are options out there for individuals that might be able to pull themselves out of some pretty dark spots. And today, I believe the courts are going to be honoring them in a graduation ceremony. Sean Gumatauta from the courthouse is on the line. Good morning, Shawnee.
Hey, good morning, Ray. How are you?
You know what? I'm doing terrific. Big day at the court.
Very busy a week, but yeah, not only do we have the adult drug court, but we're also swearing in new members to the Guam Bar Association today, as well as giving the Justicia Award to the Guam Chamber of Commerce this afternoon. So the afternoon is going to be a very, very busy one for us, for sure, at the courthouse.
Well, I like that. So we got, you know what, I would have loved to have been there for the swearing in of the new members for the bar, but apparently you have to take the bar test, and apparently you have to actually have gone to school somewhere to study to become a lawyer in order to take the...
You can watch. You can be a supporter of the Guam Bar.
It's just not the same. I get to play lawyer on the radio from time to time. So I'm going. I want to.
And of course, Bob Klitsky and your guys' interaction. So yeah, I think you guys have at least in his case, his law school experience all coming to bear.
Yeah, just a little bit of it. I remember it was Doug Moylan told me I shouldn't do that. He says, you shouldn't pretend to be a lawyer on the radio. It's all right. But anyway, and I asked somebody, I said, because I'm pretty good at taking tests, and so I wanted to find out if I could take the bar exam. And apparently you can't even sit down for that unless you're ready to give somebody 10 pounds worth of paper of credentials.
Yeah, the application process is very. There's a lot of work that goes into it, and I know that's being managed on the third floor of our, with our Supreme Court, and obviously in cooperation with the Guam Bar. So there is quite a bit to do to be able to take that test.
Yeah,
and we're going to be able to honor them today.
Apparently, going to law school is one of them.
Just one of them, yeah.
I forgot to go to law school, man. I was busy. Something came up. I was
holiday in or something.
Tied the string around my finger and everything. Anyway, 6:42. A drug court graduation. Tell me about that.
Yes, as you know, Ray. We have been doing this program for a long time, and we have quite a number of folks that are going to be small group today. Graduating today, but throughout the year, they're involved in that program. This is the culmination of that. All of the intensive work with our stakeholders and partners, and then to be able to be up there today, it's really a big deal for them. Not just them, Ray. I mean, this is a big step for them to get past some of their issues with addiction, but also for their families. They'll be all in attendance to be able to see this process through, and it is a really big deal. Folks are trying to get in the program. The list continues to get bigger and bigger, obviously. Mm-hmm. The success rates are great, in terms of making sure that the recidivism for those folks in the ADC are really very, very, very low. So it's an important program for all.
What's the penalty here? I mean, you get these guys that graduated, so is obviously whatever crime, whatever punishment they were lined up for before. Now that they've graduated the program, is their file expunged? Is it what's the correct term?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
And we don't see them in the system, so it's a really good thing in terms of these folks are an example of when it's that mind over matter. They have to think and get it through, and they do so much work, and they understand the stakes. In fact, they actually come back and help others in this process. So
That's good news.
It's a really big deal for the community.
What happens if they stumble again after graduation?
My understanding from talking to folks that have been in the program for, over nearly 2 decades, that doesn't happen. It's very, 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 very rare that it happens.
Well, the good news then. But it's not like somebody's going to dig out because the file, that case has already been expunged. That accusation has already been expunged. So it's not like they're going to go back and do it again, right? It's not like they're going to go back and say, well, you were supposed to go to jail for 5 years. We sent you to the drug court. You failed again, so it's 5 years for you.
No, and this is a little bit different.
Okay, got it. So the graduation is going to be taking place. We got the Justicia Awards for the Chamber of Commerce. Can you share a little bit of information about that? How did they win it? Because I didn't even know there was an award. I would have put myself up for it.
Well, I mean, for us, as you know, ahead of our Law Week, we look at those community groups or individuals that continue to contribute much to the administration of justice in the territory. And in the Chamber's case, they've been very, very active for over 2 decades with our drug court programs. And I'm witness, obviously, to it, and especially to their work with the juvenile drug court. Ray, during the holiday season, they're very active with these families of the members and these kids in the juvenile drug court program, and trying to help them get past some of those addiction problems. And they're very active in trying to not only give them incentives, and obviously to be that good role model for these young people. And those folks, again, the recidivism for them is very, very, very low. They're not going to come back to our system. These kids are watching what's happening. They get good interaction with our friends from the National Guard Counter Drug Unit, our friends at the Naval Hospital. There's so many people that are just pushing for them in the juvenile drug court. But the Guam Chamber of Commerce is such a big contributor to that success, and they're going to be honored for all of that work today.
Okay, I'll get next year.
We'll get the nomination to you all, or to those who want to nominate Ray Gibson.
646. And a note here from our mutual friend of ours, Kat Phillips-Uggan, says, I am among those getting sworn in this afternoon. So congratulations to you, Kat.
Oh, congratulations.
Phillips. Let me see. Kat Phillips. Phillips is a familiar name in the legal industry around here.
There's quite a bit of a number of them.
I got you. Hey, listen, you have I know it's busy. I know you've had a busy month there with the Law Day Week month celebrations going on over at the court. So you get a chance to sit back maybe and enjoy the family again over the weekend, all right?
Oh, no, I definitely will. And, Ray, I want to say thank you to you guys at The Point for supporting us over the last month. I will admit it's been a crazy long month, so we appreciate all the effort that The Point has done to get the word out for us and in support of justice.
Well, you just need more interviews with judges. You know how much fun I have with those. Dude, I got to run it.
I know.
Talk to you later. 647. That's Sean Gumatauta from over at the courthouse. A lot of activities going to be taking place today. And, yeah, if you're watching on Facebook Live, Kat Phillips-Uggan is online as well. And so it's okay to give her thumbs up and Valentine's and wows for her getting sworn into to the bar here this afternoon. That's a big deal. So way to go. John Herrera is online. What was it Nick Perlosky was saying earlier? What's the status of the gun-toting GDOE employee and the wicked DPW bus driver? You know what? I don't know what it is. As near as I can tell, we're about the same place that we were yesterday, where we've got a bunch of students from John F. Kennedy High School that went on the senior skip out. They are almost literally being caned publicly for this senior skip out. Legion, legend, tradition. It's been going on since Jesus was doing overnights. But these guys, I don't know, somebody's got a hair up there and has gone after them. and these are like good kids. I don't think any of these are like the gangster kids. They're NHS kids that participated in the senior skip outs. How bad could it have been? Anyway, so these guys that go out there and do the senior skip out deal, and they're having the book thrown at them. In the meantime, no, we don't know anything new about the DPW wicked bus driver that threw a couple of kids, little ones, 9 and 10 years old, out of the bus on Route 15. You're on your own, guys. Love you, mean it, bye. And everybody in the world has apologized. Haven't heard anything about this bus driver apologizing, and it kind of makes sense, you know, because if he or she apologizes, that might be considered an admission of guilt of some kind, and that could count against them as they go before the gods over at the Civil Service Commission. And no, as far as I know, there's still no arrest and nothing pending against a staffer at Southern High that brought a gun to school. And you're not supposed to do that. I think there's signs up everywhere that say gun-free zone. Don't bring it to here. So his car got burglarized. 17-year-old kid got his hands on the gun, and there was a lockdown in the school. Kid was discovered. He's been hauled in. Will be treated like an adult in this case when it finally does make it to the court. But who was the guy that made the original sin? Even the apple, original sin. Because everything else bad that happened started because this guy brought his gun to school. So what was the deal on that? Who's the guy that wrote the law? And I guess we still don't get to find out. Jennifer Heinley King, new name online this morning. That's nice. There's Bennett Lahan Duenas. And Dave Eckert from, yes, that Dave Eckert. Is chiming in saying, Hoffa from Las Vegas. What you doing up there in Vegas, Dave? Are you living up there now, or you taking a break from, where were you? The Philippines was the last time I think I got caught up with you. Direct message me, DM me, and let's get caught up and share some of that with the listeners. 10 away from the top of the hour, 888-8255-888-TALK. I have not yet gotten to the outrage of the day. Are there outrages today, or are they continuing outrages from before? Clint Rigel on utility pay raises. They got a hold of him at the Guam Daily Post yesterday. Says the fact that they're handing out bonuses and raises as if they're handing out candy to trick-or-treaters at Halloween shows that the CCU has lost touch with the average household who's struggling to pay ever-increasing power and water bills. Raises and bonuses have since been rescinded following a directive from Attorney General Levin Camacho. On Tuesday, the CCU voted to release the audio recordings of the executive session, and we played them yesterday and listened. We played them yesterday and listened to them like we used to listen to Cheech and Chong records back in the 70s, and it's almost as funny. In some of the cases. After listening to the recording of their illegal executive session discussion, it is now apparent that the utilities are treating themselves, and the trick is on us. So the next question, and I think is a correct question from among those on Facebook Live, is what's next? What's next? They're going to be roundtable? There need to be more apologies? I don't know. What you going to do? Oversight? Can you have an oversight on the Consolidated Commission on Utilities? What is the knee jerk going to be here from among the 15 people over at the 35th Guam Legislature? I have not heard anything from anybody over at the Adelup on how they feel about the CCU and the pay raises and things like that. Haven't heard anything from the other department heads and agency directors in the Calvo administration that were labeled as total failures by at least one member of the Consolidated Commission on Utilities. So I think that's an interesting one. I think that's oh, we got him on the line. Oh, this is cool. 6:52 in the morning, and lots of stuff to look forward to. I was going to play, if we didn't get him on the line, I was going to play the video of Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio asking everybody to rise up, wake up early, and start cleaning things up over the weekend. Good morning, Joshy.
Hi, good morning, Ray. How are you doing?
Not bad at all. How's the first? How's the? I was going to call you the first dude, but that's Jeff. So how's
no, that's Jeff.
How's
Jeff is doing good?
How's this? I saw him the other night over at the BMW Gizmo thing. That was nice, but I haven't seen you in a while. How's this Lieutenant Governor thing treating you?
It's going well. Just a lot of things that we want to get done, and sometimes there's not enough time. But still optimistic that we can get to do a whole bunch of things. And one of the big things that we're going to be doing tomorrow is an island-wide effort with the government of Guam employees around the island trying to do a little, make a dent in this issue with regards to this trash that we have all around the island. And so we'll be doing some of that stuff, but there's some bigger pieces that we need to push that we're working on with illegal dumping and all sorts of stuff.
Can you shed a little bit of light on that? I mean, it's one thing to do the old Ricky Berdalio Happy Labor weekends and pick up chewing gum wrappers and beer cans. That's one thing. But can you shed a little bit of light on the idea that there might be more aggressive enforcement?
So right now, Guam EPA is leading off. They're doing some research on identifying all the sources of the trash that they're finding in the illegal dump sites, and working with the mayors. We're talking about ways to enforce some of the rules that we have, and some of the suspicions or some of the complaints that happen are making sure that apartment building owners who are especially doing business with GURA or are going to be renewing their licenses can demonstrate that they are actually subscribing to or providing their tenants with adequate trash service. That's one area. Another area is the administration is working closely with the Mayor's Council now. We have released the recycling revolving fund so that we can go and do a bunch of metallic debris and recyclable debris cleanups throughout the island. And so what we'll be doing is we'll be aligning our efforts and trying to identify high impact areas also. So I might have talked
zero down.
Absolutely, they're zero down. There's also places where we are planning to do some secondary road repairs or secondary road paving, and when we do those, we will align the efforts to do cleanups and waste removal along those areas and try and activate some community action groups to try and maintain. But there's still so many things in this big part of this problem that are unresolved that we're working on, and quite frankly, open to ideas especially from the private sector. There's some innovative ideas. I get the best ones usually from people in business that are used to identifying problems and solving them. So very open to working on that, and really long term, it's about trying to inspire and activate our young people to help with the enforcement. And I've found, especially when I'm talking to students, they're the biggest enforcers of, I think, the number one most successful public information campaign on this island, maybe in the nation, is the Click It or Ticket. And when I'm talking to especially elementary school kids, it seems to me that they're the conscience of their parents, and hoping that I can be able to activate them and help factor them into this whole big puzzle.
I got you. Yeah, there's a couple of innovative ideas that used to be expensive, and it seems to me we ought to see if we can take a look at maybe taking some of those recycling revolving fund dollars and buying a couple of these glass pulverizing devices. For beer bottles and wine bottles and mayonnaise jars, and drop those things off over at the village mayors. I mean, you might be able to take something and might be able to get some of the pulverized glass, use it maybe for industrial purposes, maybe sell some to DPW for road paving, part of the aggregate there. And worst comes to worst, if you don't sell it, then just take what essentially is sand back to the beach.
Amen. What you're hitting on a topic that is moving in one of the groups I have working on these solutions. So that's one. The second one that I'm excited about is there's an opportunity to get rid of these tires. And if this pathway works, it's going to be tremendous. It's going to be maybe, I think you'll be excited by this, is going to be a very high-performing business solution. And so Bolt Leon Guerrero from Guam EPA has been in contact with the mayor of in the southern prefecture of Japan that has as a natural resource basalt, which is I think I'm pronouncing that correctly, which is a desired commodity for road aggregate, and the idea is he also apparently has a waste energy facility that is in need of, and in particular, talking to us about having a good trade where we import that road aggregate and export the tires that we have for as fuel for their waste energy facility. And of course, there's all sorts of economic and environmental plans that need to tie up in order for us to get that off the ground. But that's something that we're looking at as well.
Well, we're kind of already paying for it with the recycling revolving fund, so it's nice to hear somebody's got some kind of plan. We'll keep an eye on that, and if you need any other help or advice, call me. You know me, I'm full of ideas. I see you out all the time, but I never bother you when you're out socializing. And Kevin's got a question about asked me to ask if you are up to speed on the conversation about Airbnbs. What other light can you shed on that beyond what we might have heard at Rotary yesterday?
Well, I know that there's been enforcement action going on, and that the Director of Revenue and Taxation actually has issued some. I'm trying to remember what
we got some fines going out.
I'm sorry.
I said we've got some fines going out. And you know what? I got the music is playing on the station, which means
that there's also some surveillance that we're engaged in. With some help from the business side of the community, and I'm very happy it's inside the Korean sector that's helping us do the research on these unlicensed properties.
Well, because they see it, they're in business, they're paying their taxes. They don't like the idea that somebody else might be skating without paying their fair share. 7 o'clock in the morning, dude. I wish I had more time with you. Can we schedule an in studio one of these days?
Yeah, absolutely. Would love to.
All right, groovy. I'll talk to you pretty soon. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio, and it is 7 o'clock in the morning. The radio station is KUSG. Gutnya.
And flooding. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. And it's not nearly over yet as floodwaters flow downstream. The Arkansas River now expected to crest at a record level around Little Rock next week. But thousands of homes are flooded or damaged already from the rising rivers and storms in several states.
We will need federal assistance in this. And be patient.
Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson says damage assessments will take time. Meantime, sandbagging near the Mississippi River in St. Louis, along the Illinois River, officials warning residents to have evacuation plans ready. Billions of dollars in aid for previous disasters held up again in the U.S. House. Fox's Jared Halpern, live in Washington.
Tennessee Congressman John Rose is the third Republican to object to a unanimous consent request designed to fast-track approval of a $19 billion disaster relief bill.
Tennesseans deserve better than what is being attempted here today.
After that objection, Rose told reporters the objection is about process, not policy.
See to it that Congress does its job and that the members of Congress have an opportunity to debate this legislation and vote on it when they're all here.
That vote now expected when lawmakers return from a recess next week. The Senate passed the relief bill last week following weeks of negotiations with the White House. Lisa.
Jared, a day after the Russia probe special counsel seemed to suggest his hands were tied by a legal opinion that a sitting president can't be charged. Attorney General William Barr tells CBS this morning that Robert Mueller did have the power to go further.
He could have reached a conclusion. The opinion says you cannot indict a president while he's in office, but he could have reached a decision as to whether it was criminal activity.
The public statement from Mueller yesterday is fueling more Democrat calls for impeachment. This is Fox News.
We know too well the inconvenience of not having power after a storm. You worry about food in the freezer going bad. Nights get hot. It's hard finding comfort when going to sleep. These are realities. But with solar and battery storage from Micronesia Renewable Energy, these realities can be a thing of the past. The solar works during the day and the batteries power your home at night. Call 632-2613 to see how solar plus battery storage can make life a little more convenient. MRE, the smarter choice.
Legends aren't born, they are made. And during our Jeep Celebration event at Cars Plus and Mighty, you'll receive up to $6,000 in accessories with the purchase of a new Jeep Wrangler, Motor Trend SUV of the Year. Customize your new Jeep to the way you want it. Or how about a new Jeep Grand Cherokee? Save up to $5,000. Or save up to $7,500 on a new Jeep Compass Sport. It's our Jeep Celebration event going on now at Cars Plus and Mighty. Cars Plus, driven by you. Accessory special cannot be combined with other offers. See dealer for details.
President Trump says a big border announcement is coming soon.
This is a big league statement.
but we are going to do something very dramatic on the border.
Adding earlier today that it will be his biggest statement so far on the border. However, he also says it will not be a border closure, which is one of the things he had threatened to do. An Army veteran accused of driving his car into a crowd of pedestrians in California last month is now also facing hate crime charges. Prosecutors say 34-year-old Isaiah Peoples thought two of the people appeared to be Muslim or Indian. He's already facing 8 counts of attempted murder. Family members have said Peoples has struggled with PTSD since serving in Iraq more than a decade ago. A 13-year-old girl hit by the car remains on life support. Double the charges against a singer already accused of sexual assault.
R. Kelly is facing 11 more counts of sexual assault charges in Chicago. 4 of the new charges are felony Class X counts, which carry a minimum of 6 to 30 years in prison in Illinois. And all the charges carry a mandatory minimum of 6 years in prison, according to the Chicago Sun-Times. Kelly was charged with 10 counts of aggravated criminal sexual abuse involving 4 victims in February, 3 of which were underage.
Fox's Michelle Polino, Kelly's attorney, says he hasn't yet reviewed the new charges. Oregon set to become the second state after California with a plastic straw ban. The state house passing a bill that bans restaurants from automatically offering single-use plastic straws. Customers could still ask for one, and healthcare facilities and drive-thrus could still offer them. The Oregon governor telling reporters today it's about raising the public consciousness. Critics argue it'll cause bureaucratic headaches without making much of a difference for the environment. After fluctuating all day, stocks finished higher, the Dow up 43. This is Fox News.
KFC has finally answered the world's most important question. What came first, the chicken or the egg? And the answer is both. Introducing KFC's KFC AM, their new Southern and local-inspired breakfast. AM-loaded platter with chicken fried rice, waffles, and Colonel's chicken congee. KFC also has your all-time favorites, AM chicken and egg wraps, Southern biscuit and sausage sandwich, and hash browns. So for finger-licking good mornings, AM will never be the same at KFC. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Business travel just got easier. Take your data plan with you for only $10 a day to all 17 Data to Go destinations. Never worry about additional data roaming charges when you go where your business needs you. The US, China, Thailand, and so much more. Have the assurance you need to check emails, surf the web, and stay connected. Call 688-2677 today to make sure your account is Data to Go ready. Docomo Pacific. Better together.
Let's go for a drive.
Let's take a stroll. Let's gallivant. Let's go cruising.
We all have different ways to describe how we get up and go in our cars. But whatever you may call it, you can do more of it when you save 6% off your fuel purchases at any Shell station when you use your eligible Bank of Guam Visa and MasterCard credit cards. So stop by any Guam or CNMI Shell station and start saving today. Visit bankofguam.com for more information. Terms and conditions apply. Bank of Guam, the People's Bank. Member FDIC.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 7 a.m. this Friday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Victoria Espinosa and Jonathan Shea have been cleared to operate the 4 gambling games at the Liberation Carnival this year, and for now, that's about all we're going to know about them. The Mayor's Council of Guam releasing their names late Wednesday afternoon after being notified by the Department of Rev and Tax that they had been granted tax clearances. Collectively, it appears that Espinosa and Shea committed roughly $300,000 to win the bids for the games they've been awarded. That is the bulk of the $400,000 raised from the bidding for the games of chance and games of skill. It's not clear who they are, whether they have partners, or how they raised the funds to make their bids. Mayor's Council Executive Director Angel Sablan referred the Guam Daily Post to Rev and Tax for any further information about Espinosa and Shea. However, Rev and Tax says they can only confirm that tax clearances have been granted, which means neither Shea or Espinosa owe any taxes to Gov Guam. Business licenses are expected to be issued to both on Monday, but they won't reveal much more information than the names we already know. Public Utility Oversight Chairman Senator Clint Ridgell says he was reminded of Halloween trick-or-treaters after listening to the recording of last November's closed-door meeting held by the Consolidated Commission on Utilities. In an email response to a request for comment from the Post, the senator wrote, "The fact that they are handing out bonuses and raises as if they're handing out candy to Halloween trick-or-treaters shows that the CCU has lost touch with the average household." The CCU released the audio recording of the controversial executive session on Wednesday of this week. At that meeting last November, pay raises and bonuses for employees and executives at the Guam Power Authority and the Guam Waterworks Authority were discussed in violation of Guam's open government law. The raises and bonuses have since been rescinded after the Attorney General ruled that the meeting was illegal and ordered the raises and bonuses paid back. After listening to the recording of that executive session yesterday, Senator Ridgell said it's apparent that the utilities are treating themselves and the trick is on us, he said. We'll have more news after this.
Hi, welcome to this Subway ad for the new Sweet and Smoky Steak and Guac Signature Wrap. How would you like it?
I'll take my ex-girlfriend, just checking in.
Aw.
Hey, David, it's me, just checking in. I'm doing great. Just got the new Sweet and Smoky Steak and Guac Signature Wrap from Subway. Creamy guacamole, smoky sweet with Hio mesquite sauce, and double the tender steak. They just know what I want before I do. So, yeah, things are going pretty great for me. Subway, make it what you want. Limited time only at participating restaurants. Double meat based on average 6-inch sub. Okay, bye.
GRMC's cardiology department treats most complex heart problems. In our catheterization lab, cardiologists use imaging equipment to treat clogged arteries that can cause heart attacks or heart failure. We perform balloon angioplasty, stenting, and other life-saving cardiac procedures. If you suffer from a heart condition, have your provider refer you to GRMC's cardiology clinic at 645-5500. GRMC, where patients are partners.
10 minutes past 7 a.m. here at The Point. Sentencing for Elast Amanto Cimarron has been delayed a second time after his defense attorney asked that a psychiatric evaluation be conducted on her client first. Attorney Annie Gale said she asked for the sentencing hearing to be suspended because of the defendant's incompetency. Cimarron is one of two men responsible for the 2017 murder of Gilbert Alvarez Jr. Gale told the court yesterday she doesn't think that Cimarron understands what he's facing, and on several occasions she said he's gone from being completely mellow during discussions with her to screaming at her. Prosecuting attorney Sean Brown objected, saying there's no factual basis to suspend the sentencing hearing again. Judge Cezanne took the motion under advisement. The next hearing for Cimarron is scheduled for June 10th. Cimarron's co-defendant, Malo Mungoff Sally, has already pleaded guilty and been sentenced to serve 15 years in prison for his part in the murder. In February 2017, Alvarez was found lying face down on the side of President's Road near UOG. He'd been beaten to death. Senator James Moylan has introduced a bill that would allow inmates at the Department of Corrections on pre-parole release or minimum out classification to be eligible for beautification projects and maintenance work at public parks and beaches and villages and school sports facilities outside the prison. Moylan says he introduced the bill after learning that currently there are only 10 inmates who qualify for work details outside DOC. Senator says it's time to modernize the law. The amendment to the work credit program would allow eligible inmates who have served at least two-thirds of their sentence to take part in the program as long as they have not been convicted of a homicide, criminal sexual conduct, robbery, or escape. The program allows inmates' sentences to be reduced by 1 day for every 40 hours of work performed. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now with some weather.
It says here partly sunny today, becoming mostly cloudy the weekend with isolated showers and possible thunderstorms. Expect winds out of the east, 10 to 15 miles an hour, basically blowing hot air around. 89 degrees during the day, 79 degrees even at night. Sunset tonight, 6:44. Sunrise tomorrow morning should be at 5:52. Michael Knight's got an eye on the satellite, and we'll show that to you right about now. Get an idea of what the Marianas Hood looks like.
night. Yeah, a few clouds slipping through. We can see the pointer there at Guam, and we do have a few clouds popping up to our east. That line of showers, basically a very weak disturbance, a trough, if you will, has got to swing on through over the next, 12 to 24 hours. And it should do so, dropping just a few showers here and there. Might get a pop-up thunderstorm this afternoon as the heat really probably, really cranks up, maybe between, say, 2 and 4 o'clock. And the reason for this is because the winds are actually fairly light at 10 to 15 miles per hour, not moving the clouds along too much. So once they get over the island, the heat from the island will push those clouds and cause them to lift, and the lift is what then turns into condensation, comes back to the ground. That's called rain, by the way. And so that's really kind of what we're looking for the weekend, but today is really our best chance for getting rain, so the weekend looking much more like a grill marquee type of situation.
Ooh, said the right words. 7:13 in the morning. That's news and weather together here on The Point.
Valley Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Valley Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo, 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
Yes. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show here this morning brought to you by Micronesia Renewable Energy. Hey, I don't know if you caught this, but they're working with Liberation folks, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio, and so they are going to be donating to the Liberation folks. They're going to be donating some solar panels up there, and that will help defray some of the costs. And my understanding is they're going to keep them there. So on a permanent basis, they will be able to defray costs of doing business over at the Chamorro Village and the Carnival area. I think that's really, really cool. They can do the same thing for you. So check them out today at Micronesia Renewable Energy. Portions also brought to you by the Guam Regional Medical City, first choice for your specialty care needs in American President lines where they're shipping the future. Cars Plus again? I can do a Cars Plus. Today, last day of their Memorial Day sale until the end of business today. You can get some great deals, great financing options, and low interest rates on all kinds of fantastic cars. Your new ride is waiting for you. It's on the lot at Cars Plus.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Does JFK suspend every student who is out for unexcused reasons? Yeah, probably not. Jennifer Heinley King. She's writing. Dave Eckert saying, yeah, he's retired, living in Vegas now. How about that? John Wigston's online. Anne Marie Pueblo, cousin Tommy Barcinas, Lady D from up in Gigo. Got Joe Leasalongi out there this morning, and Richard Leon, who says, boy, it's at a point the public believes Gov Guam doesn't know how to run this small island of 160,000 plus Americans. We were well past that point, Richard. Now we're just wondering why we still put up with it. Dave Evans is online. Richard saying, enjoy the weekend. Well, we'll work on it. Joe Cruz is already up and running. I'm not sure why, but Cat Phillips-Uggan posted a video on YouTube, and I went to go and take a look at the link, and it is a video for the original Total Recall film, the preview for Total Recall. You remember Schwarzenegger? And they're going back to Mars, and he played Quaid, good guy / bad guy, but eventually it was the good version of Quaid that went on to save the day and get the girl. I'm still trying to figure out why, Kat. You're sharing that with me this morning. What is the special secret that you're trying to send in that link? I'm not sure. Ron and Cindy De La Rosa wishing everybody a good day. Nick Perlowski says, fix San Ramon Hill, an embarrassment that's right in front of the people's house. Gina Kono's online. I got Donis Mendiola. Lady D says, CCU really needs to get spanked for their audacity towards the people. At least sit in front of a committee. And and get browbeaten by the members of the 35th Guam legislature? Yeah.
It was a point I was going to bring up earlier that we had the suggestion about the petition to have them, turn in their resignations. What good is that going to do? Because you're just going to get another bunch of people that are politically connected, ex-senators or whatnot, that are going to get put in those spots, and the same thing's going to happen.
Yeah. There got to be something different. There has to be, and I don't know what it is. We're still kind of early in this conversation, but
maybe one of the requirements is that you should have never served in public office here on this island to be on the CCU.
717. Let me ponder this idea here. Maybe it is time that we, instead of having to worry about the additional layer of bureaucracy, bureaucracy, Public Utilities Commission, et cetera, or this Consolidated Commission on Utilities. Maybe it's time that we decide that we should not be in that business at all in the government of Guam, and start looking around for somebody, as we did back in 2001, 2002. Somebody bought our phone company. And I tell you what, it almost immediately, heads, neck, and shoulders, became a better utility for the people. All of a sudden, there was access to capital. They always had good people, but all of a sudden, it's the good people that had access to capital, had access to the tools, and now GTA, which is their corporate name, not Guam Telephone Authority, is heads, neck, and shoulders a far better company than it ever was a utility. And they bringing competition to the community was absolutely vital to that happening for them and Docomo and other outfits. So it's possible that here in this day and age, maybe we ought to look at spinning out from the assets of the government of Guam, the Guam Power Authority and the Guam Water Authority. And then we won't have to worry about the Consolidated Commission on Utilities and all of that. So if there's going to be a CEO of the Guam Power Authority or CEO of GWA, their boards will determine how much they get paid and how much comes out of ratepayer pockets for it. Just thinking off the top of my head. 7:19 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TAL. Okay, let's take a look at what happened in the markets today. Do you want to call it a rebound? I don't know. A little bit of a bounce for the Dow Jones Industrial Average, up by 43 points to close at 25,169. The NASDAQ at 7,567. They're not that big a market. S&P 500 at 2788. They picked up 5 points there. So everybody with taking a look at your indexes, you ought to be happy right now. Anybody indexed to the FTSE, that's up by 32 points. Nikkei down. Not hard. They're only off by about 60 points. Hang Seng off by 120 points. The Shanghai index also down. Looks like all of the Asian markets are working their way down. So that's what we got on that one. As far as the commodities are concerned, West Texas crude, $56.56. For those of you that are trying to make sense of that, that's down from where it was yesterday. 58.81 was yesterday's rate, and 56.56 is where it is today. So that's good news. 72.41 for Tapas, also down. 73.51 yesterday, and 72.41, so better than $1 worth of a decrease in value for a barrel of Tapas crude. Hot dog. So that's the thing. Maybe and enough of the downward trajectory over the last few days, we might actually see some downward action over at the pump. Always possible, right?
That would be nice.
It would be a good thing. I'm doing Jerry Roberts in the studio.
But there's so much stuff in the news today.
There is. Let me see. We got the burglary here of a vape store, and judge denied. What? A judge denied a release for a rape suspect. This is an interesting. Denied. But this is the Vargas guy, right? This is the guy that came out last week and said, "Please don't send me back to jail. Release me on my own recognizance to my mom and my sister. They'll take care of me. But you can't put me back into jail because these guys, all these brown guys, keep beating me up for raping a 9-year-old." Which I'm told will happen with a little bit more aggression and passion because in the prison they don't take to people that rape little kids in prison. So he's saying, yeah, you can't send me back there, but they're doing the investigations and can't obviously find anything that supports his allegations that he's getting beat up on a regular.
Name of the judge?
This one here, I think it's Sokola. Yeah. I'm get to the story. She says, Assistant Attorney General Tenorio told the court that an inmate had reported that Vargas said he would do whatever it takes to be released. And maybe up to and including lying to the judge. Denying the release, Judge Sokola said based on the information available, his mother and sister were aware that Vargas was violating a court order when he made the trip. So if they were aware that he was in violation of an order, she's not going to be willing to release him to their care. Because otherwise they'll file Chapter 777 on him and send him into the bowels of the United States, never to be seen and never to be held accountable for the crime. She says there is a 9-year-old girl that had been violated herein, and the court is extremely concerned regarding the community. Regarding his prior history of violating my orders, the court is very concerned. I don't like it when people violate my orders, and I don't care what their reasons are. His trial is set to begin in August, so he has to stay in jail. And I remember talking about this a little bit when it was a fresh story, when he first started talking about getting beat up every day at the prison. And it was amazing how little anybody cared. Like, oh, there's a rapist in jail? You're getting beat up? Oh, tear.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of public concern on this. And somebody now on Facebook referring to it as prison justice. So, yeah, I think that's kind of an interesting go-to here. 722 got a bit.
Your discussion on GPA and privatizing, I think that's a conversation that we should pick up. I think maybe it's time to
Blue ribbon panel, put them all together.
Yeah.
And find out what there might be. Somebody come up with some kind of a plan. Take a look at it.
I think there would be some companies interested. I mean, GTA was not in a position that is as good as GPA is now, and we found a buyer for that one.
Yeah.
So I think you'd find somebody. I think you'd find a bunch of companies who would like to come out and do something like that. Maybe it's time to head that. Maybe this whole
what was the name?
This whole episode has been maybe this a good thing in disguise.
You think there might? You think we might be able to get some traction on this? You think maybe somebody
so.
over at the legislature might be inclined to say, yeah, maybe there needs to be another option here.
I think Mr. Rochelle kind of put himself in the ring this morning.
Yeah, rather than take these feet and hold them into a fire and just make everybody uncomfortable at a round table or an oversight hearing for a couple of hours, let's pursue a conversation that might involve spending some actual money from somewhere and doing a feasibility study on what might be required to take these two utilities to the market and sell them off. Absolutely. I don't know if we'd make any money on it. Certainly, there's some bills to pay between GPA and GWA and some outstanding loans and things like that. I don't know that it would be a money-making prospect for the government of Guam. I don't know that there's they'd make any kind of windfall on the sale, but
that shouldn't be the goal.
Wouldn't be the point. Yeah. That wouldn't be the point. Get us out from under having to hold the shoulders up for the utilities. 724, Jerry Roberts in the studio, and maybe we'll riff on that a little bit more and get a couple more thoughts in my head. In the meantime, let's find out what's going on in Jerry's head. It's time for the Extra Point, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank.
It's actually what's going on in the minds of managers today. A lot of things a manager should never say to workers. In the next couple of days, between today and Monday, we're going to look at some of those things. We're talking about how to talk when we talk to staff members. You know what I'm talking about? That's coming next on the Extra Point.
It's important to have claims process that works for you. At Guahan Insurance Services, we make things simple and convenient. Same door you walk in to purchase your insurance is the same door you open to file your claim. We can't pretend that the car insurance claims process is fun, but we can promise a hassle-free and speedy recovery without any runarounds. For your home, auto, and business insurance, visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center on Marine Corps Drive in Tamuning. Don't forget to like us on Facebook or give us a call at 475-1162 or text 929-SAVE. That's 929-7283.
If you're driving, chances are you'll need gas soon. And by the growl in your tummy, a trip to the grocery store too. But don't just buy gas and groceries without getting double miles. Instead, apply for the new United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank and start earning double miles towards your next trip. Gas, groceries, getaway. With the new United Credit Card, apply at FHB.com. First Hawaiian Bank, member FDIC. Equal housing lender. Additional terms, conditions, and restrictions apply.
It's long been established that managers have a direct impact on employee satisfaction. How we treat workers determines in large part how much they like their job and how long they'll stay with us. I recently picked up on a graphic from a company called Headway Capital that lists things a manager should never say to an employee and also supports the idea that managers must become coaches, which is a concept I've been talking about for many years. The Harvard Business Review reports when managers use coaching techniques, it results in about 12% higher productivity across the board. Okay, some of the things managers should never say, plus a way a coach might rephrase those things. Number one, I don't pay you so I can do your job for you. Or maybe it's so I can do your thinking for you. Something like this will not inspire loyalty or the desire to work harder. A coach might say something like this: I know you don't have the answer right now, but how do you feel we might be able to solve the situation? The word might removes some of the pressure of the moment and allows for brainstorming a solution. Number two, don't walk around telling everybody, good job today, good job today, good job, good job, good job today. This is straight out of the first course I ever wrote, RPM, Recognition, Praise, and Motivation. Praise should not be generic. You want to say first name, Kevin, you did a great job on that editorial today, on that report today. Ray, the way you do your job, everything just flows. Michael, you've got that board so put together, I can't believe you're right on top of everything. That is specific praise. That's how you want to do it. You mentioned the actual work they did. What did you like best about it? That's solid praise because it is personal. It's specific. Number 3, it's never a good idea to badmouth a client or vendor in front of workers. If you say XYZ company drives me crazy, I hate working with them, that is likely going to influence how the staff may feel about XYZ, even before any of them even have any direct experience with them. The better solution is to state XYZ is a big challenge for us. Can anybody figure out ways we can better work with them? Number 4, a complaint I often hear from employers is that too many workers never contribute ideas for doing work better. Problem solving and innovation are factors all organizations want and highly value. And you can create the kind of environment to encourage workers to make contributions. However, a manager can douse an employee's enthusiasm with statements like, "We've tried that before and it didn't work. Is that the best you can come up with?" That will usually be a pretty effective way to shut somebody down. A coach might say, "Thanks for the idea. You know, we tried that a while back, and it wasn't exactly what we needed. Do you think you'd like to explore any other options that we could try?" No shutdown there, just appreciation for the effort and an invitation to go back to the drawing board. We'll look at a few more of these on Monday. The key takeaway so far is that the manager sets the tone and standard for communications in the department. If you're the supervisor and your style is to react in a harsh, dismissive, and disrespectful way to people, you're going to have a tough time building higher productivity. That's the extra point. Get out there and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
I think that sounds good. It reminds me of one of the lessons that I learned from a broadcast professional years ago, and we don't have one in this studio, but virtually every radio station studio that you and I have ever worked in had a hotline. It was a way for somebody to call you up and basically chew you out for saying the thing wrong or running the wrong commercial, or is that song in the format or something like that.
Yep.
But the suggestion from this guy was, and there's no reason why you can't do it now with your employees, even if you're not in radio, but catch them in the act of doing the job right.
That's right.
I mean, when it's right there. It doesn't take any longer than a second. When you realize you got an employee somewhere that hit a home run, and pick up the phone and say so. Or you get a comment from one of your Rotary buddies, your golf buddies, that said, "Hey man, I went into your store and I got to tell you what, the service was excellent. I ran into Jess over at Bank Pacific, and he took care of us just like that. You know, got the new checking account and got the credit card thing going. That's the kind of thing Phil wants to hear. Phil picks up the phone, calls Jess, and says, "Jess, buddy of mine at the Rotary Club, he just thinks you're the best," right? So catch people in the act of doing it right.
Absolutely.
Number
one thing.
They will always love it for you, and that's one of the ways that they know that you're watching out for them and that you got their back. Because it's easy to chew somebody out, but it takes a little bit of extra effort to be the guy on the phone that says you did it right.
Can I add one thing to that?
Absolutely.
You see, if you do exactly what Ray is talking about, catching people in the act of doing something right, then when you need to have that constructive criticism that's usually called dumping, but when you need to have that constructive criticism later on, they'll be much more open to it because you've led off with catching them in the act of doing those things right and praising them. Then they're open to whatever you want to say.
Well, the concept is the pendulum of morality. It swings in both directions. Sometimes you're going to get piled on and heaps of praise, and sometimes you're going to get a kick in the butt.
And if you can use the same thing with your kids. If you lead off with a little bit of praise there, then they'll be open to, "Hey, you want to take out the trash yesterday?"
Yeah, but
they came for the cans this morning.
So one of these days we got to riff on this because it's another one of old cable guys will remember the theory behind this, and it is the concept of it. We didn't call it this, was a little harsher name for it, was attaboys and aw shucks, and so you could have a million attaboys, you can have the boss will love you, you got the certificates, and we've done all the but one aw shucks.
Wipes the slate clean.
7:31. But coming soon.
Not that it ever happened to me.
No.
Personally.
Coming soon to a extra point here on the radio. We do this every day. If you're just tuning in going, "What the heck is that? That's the most brilliant thing I've ever heard on the radio." Or finally, something good coming out of the speakers. Yeah, we do this every day. It's Jerry Roberts.
Or is this bald guy still on the radio? Get him off.
Right.
What's that guy doing there?
It's
Get him off the radio.
7:32. We'll get him off the radio now. It's time for headlines from the Guam Daily Post. There's Kevin Kerrigan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. And the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning: former airman Luis Anthony Vargas will not be released from jail. He's accused of sexually assaulting a 9-year-old girl, and he's been confined at the Department of Corrections since October, where he says he has been assaulted on multiple occasions. Fearing for his life, he asked the court to be released under house arrest. But during a hearing in Superior Court yesterday, Judge Anita Cicola denied his request, saying there is a 9-year-old girl that has been violated, and the court is extremely concerned about the community. Initially, Vargas was on conditional release because following his arrest, but he violated the court's order by leaving Island to visit his father, who is terminally ill. He left without the court's permission. I don't like it when people violate my orders, said Judge Cicola, and I don't care what their reasons are. Trial for Vargas is set to begin in August. The family of Liebrich Manglonia is seeking more than $17,000 in funeral expenses in restitution from Jonathan Pangilinan, who pleaded guilty to manslaughter charges in Manglonia's death. Pangalinan's lawyer, public defender Stephen Hattori, said his client has agreed to pay about $9,200 for funeral expenses, but objects to paying an additional $8,000 for 16 days of rosaries. Pangilinan and Manglonia worked at Atkins Kroll during a company party in March of last year. They got into a verbal argument that escalated into a physical confrontation. Pangilinan struck Manglonia, who fell to the ground and hit his head on the pavement. Manglonia was later pronounced dead at GMH. Pangilinan initially faced murder and aggravated assault charges, but ultimately pleaded guilty to manslaughter and was sentenced to 10 years in prison with 3 years suspended. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero told members of the Rotary Club of Guam yesterday that her staff has contacted the bed and breakfast internet booking site known as Airbnb and asked for their help in cracking down on unlicensed B&B operators here on Guam. Airbnb has been asked to identify all of the Guam operators listed on their website and send each one of them a message telling them they have to register at the Guam Department of Rev and Tax. We're going to sign an agreement with Airbnb, said the governor, and they're going to be telling these people they have to have a business license and they have to pay their taxes. Airbnb is one of the most popular internet sites for booking low-cost stays at bed and breakfast establishments around the globe. There are an estimated 300 bed and breakfast operators on Guam renting out rooms in their homes. Many are not licensed and many are paying no taxes. We are out there inspecting them, said the governor at Rotary yesterday, and we are following them. Those who are not licensed have been fined, she said. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
What are they talking about, $25 million in revenue for these that these B&Bs might be taken in already?
Yeah, and it's untaxed, yeah.
Okay, all right. So that obviously be worth going after some of these guys to get them into the fold, bring them into the choir group, if you will. 7:35 in the morning, and that's iConnect time. Swing by the closest iConnect and ask them questions about different mobile and internet plans. Could save you money for the rest of the year. Their number, if you want to call, 888-8888.
Okay, I think it's coming up soon.
Yeah, we're on Route 1 and near the airport intersection, right?
There, see it? What's the promo code? Look for the promo code.
Check out the Vantage Digital Billboard and reap the rewards. Catch the promo code on the screen and get $10 off your stroll ride by inputting the promo code on the Stroll Guam app.
Did you see it?
You got it. I got it. You just focus on driving.
Take advantage today and take a look at Vantage Advertising's digital billboard located on Route 1 at the airport intersection.
Time to take a look at the traffic gizmo. Fine. See if there's anything that's happening out there that you absolutely positively need to know about. My spidey sense tells me that there probably isn't going to be a whole lot that's happening out there, simply because it's basically summer for everybody. Just a whole bunch of graduate. Oh my God, who's getting graduated tonight? Is that GW? It's a huge one. I want to say congratulations to all of them, especially the last kid. Zapanta, I think, is his name. He's the guy with the last name Z has to wait for everybody else to go up and get their diploma. So he's actually going to be in high school longer than anybody else, if you look at it that way. 7:37, yeah, just about right. You'll see some slowing down at the major intersections today. Don't see anything that is of any cause for alarm or any serious delays right now. As I said, it's mostly the intersections. There was a little bit of a hard time getting past St. John's yesterday, and it looks like we might be looking at the same thing. Northbound, just before you get to Pika's Cafe, and southbound along Marine Corps Drive, around the Infusion and Nissan area, you might see some delays as you make your way through there. Just grin and bear it. It's heavy right now. Going to be heavy again until just after you pass St. John's. But then after that, looks like it's a clear shot. 737 is right now traffic on the point.
Save big. Save really big when you bundle up your insurance policies with Nanbo Insurance. Insure your home, auto, motorcycle, or business with Nanbo and enjoy great savings. Up to 50%. When it comes to insuring your property, no one knows better than the company with over 50 years of service to the community. Don't compromise the things that matter to you most. Call Nanbo today at 477-9754 or visit nanbo.com for more information. Nanbo Insurance, serving you since 1968.
It's a red letter day in the Ray Gibson Show because it's Friday, and I get to wear colorful shirts on Friday and say good morning to my pals. Nate Horn with a suggestion for you unlicensed B&Bs out there. Just call it a church, and your problem will be solved. I got my buddy Ding Scambaluri online. Rudy Magallanes talking about dealing with employees and kids. I agree with that. I treat my son the way I talk to him directly, not yell or scream, or treat him with respect and tell him what he did wrong and just try to explain things. There's Charlie Laron. Shelley says, thanks and applause to GPA crews who fixed the power last night up in the Barragata Hood. And Richard Taitigui with a note, Ray, could you please announce GRC's 35th most beautiful run? It's a 5-miler, not a 5K, 5-miler. Starts at Fort Soledad in Umatic. That's upstairs, runs towards the Moleso Church. You make a left turn up the hill right after the convento. And right up where the radio station antenna is, not mine, theirs, you will run back down to about where the pier is, the marina down there, and then it's all going to be done. If you're a member of the Guam Running Club, it's only $7. Non-members, it's $10, and have a good time. And then all you got to do is just hustle a ride back up to Fort Soledad to get your car, or just run back. What is it, 2.5 miles? Come on, you can do that. You still got it in you. Who else is playing around? A little bit of a conversation that I thought was pretty interesting about privatizing GPA and GWA. That might be one of the ways that we get out from under having to worry about what the CCU meetings are sounding like, what they're feeling like, and whether or not the conversation is actually that's taking place is actually legal. Just leave it in the hands of the private sector and get it done. I say that. Understanding, though, that doesn't necessarily solve all of the problems. Before I get to my Uncle Robert on the line, there are a couple of big outfits. I mean, if we finally have a serious conversation about selling off the utility, might be worth ringing up the phone and calling the CEOs over at American Water Works or California Water Service Group or the SJW Group out in San Jose, and find out if they might have any interest. Those guys are the three biggest players in the utility game, the water utility game. That's clean water, that's wastewater, bunch of regulated and unregulated activities that these guys are responsible for. And while we're having that conversation, drumming up some interest in maybe buying up our utility, good idea might also be to call these guys and find out, call the people that they serve and find out what their water rates are like. And make the comparison between what they're paying in, say, Hawaii and what we're paying here. 19 away from the top of the hour, 888-825-5888-TALK. My Uncle Robert's on the line. Good morning, Uncle Robert.
Hey, good morning, Ray. Looks like you're having a very busy morning.
Well, I'm having a good time. I think that's more important. It's not so much a question of busy, because I can make lazy look busy. I can make sitting on the couch look busy. So that's essentially what I'm up to here in the studio. And I'm trying to keep you busy, ladies and gentlemen. Uncle Robert Underwood, who at this time apparently is not in Victoria with BC with Auntie Narissa.
But I will be in a couple of weeks.
Okay. So the trip's going to be that. I love Victoria. There's such a great place. And the cool thing,
beautiful place.
It's like being in America and Canada at the same time.
Right. And people are really nice.
I've always noticed. Have you ever been to the Bouchard Gardens up there?
Yes, I have.
Isn't that just yeah, absolutely fascinating place. The first time I ever stayed in a bed and breakfast was in Victoria, BC, which is also a very, very enlightening experience. She's a delightful old lady in a house, and she cooked a nice little English breakfast for us. I remember that was a good time. Anyway, so Uncle Robert is retired, and I need to make sure that the guy's always got something to talk about and some people to talk to, because even Auntie Narissa's out of town. So if I'm not talking to him, then nobody is. It's the flowers.
That's right. I have to go up to Rev and Tax and renew my license to start talking to people.
The life of a retiree. Maybe we'll get around to some of that here, but I wanted to touch base on a couple of topics as usual, not knowing where my opinion should side on some of these issues. So I kind of want to get some guidance from the senior member of the family, which is Uncle Robert. So the senior skip out at John F. Kennedy High School, Legion Legend, when you were there, when it was still, what was it called, Tumon High School?
It was Tumon when I was in the 11th grade, and then they changed it to JFK over my objection in the 12th grade.
I recall. Was there a senior skip out when it was Tumon High School?
Well, we didn't announce it. That was the first mistake. There were people who skipped out, but, me, I wasn't going to do that.
Well, no, of course not, because education is important. But these kids, I mean, some of them are NHS kids, valedictorians, salutatorians, and all of that stuff. I mean, number one, they got suspended, and the NHS people took their pins away based on all this. And I think it sends an interesting message that if you do it right, you're going to get punished. But you can be the wicked school bus driver that throws a 9 and 10-year-old off the bus on Route 15, or somebody bringing a gun to school at Southern High School. And near as I can tell, we're not holding these guys accountable.
Yeah, it's all in balance, but these are important lessons because you never know which one of them will end up being on the CCU board. So it's really critical to teach these young people this lesson at this important period of their lives.
Thank you.
To follow the rules.
Thank you for not saying juncture. I appreciate that. So, yeah, because and thanks for bringing up the Consolidated Commission on Utilities. Just how deep a puddle do you think they stepped in?
Oh, it's enormous. And what they have done is they've done more than just sort of embarrass themselves. They have really moved the needle on privatization. And even for people like me who have been dead set against privatization, now it's become a topic of conversation. Ooh. And that they don't understand the nature of fiduciary responsibility and by talking the way they did and then having to reveal it, it really runs the risk of really making privatization a much more legitimate conversation this week than it certainly was last week.
Well, I got a feeling that the feet are definitely in the fire, and if I'm talking about it, and if you and your guys are talking about it, then maybe something is going to something a little bit more substantial than just hanging out and talking about it on the radio is going to happen.
But of course, the companies that are likely to bid are probably all in China right now, and so it's not really you can't really imagine what will come out of it, because you think about it, like GTA is foreign owned now, so it's okay. I mean, I'm not speaking against it because of that, but it's just like there's a whole lot of other issues that are attended to it. But it certainly has moved the needle on privatization.
Yeah. It'll be a fun conversation, I think, for the rest of 2019 as we watch all of this, all of the cards continue to play out. And it sounded like in the tape that I played yesterday, the admission that, there is a law that requires some kind of an evaluation before these raises get meted out. And you could hear Simon Sanchez on the tape very clearly saying, but we've never done it.
Yeah. Well, as someone who is so-called an at-will employee of the Board of Regents, I went through 9 evaluations faithfully. And so, the boards know that responsibility. And, of course, I also had a contract and I had benchmarks and I had to kind of explain to people. And so I'm just assuming that I guess, that everybody was undergoing the same level of scrutiny or had that kind of relationship with their governing board, but I guess that's not the case.
No.
But it's not really. It's really about breaking the bonds of trust that people have. And once you break that bond, it doesn't really matter how well you've managed the utility or all the challenges you've faced. Once that bond is broken, it's pretty hard to get it back. So, And of course, I know all those people, and I think most of those people went to Father Duenas, too. I just thought I'd throw that in.
Can confirm. But Judy Guthertz did not. Judy Guthertz, I believe, is an Academy graduate.
Academy.
Yeah, I believe she is an Academy graduate. I don't know if that absolves anything, but it's certainly worth talking about. I don't remember where Joey went to school. Do you?
No, I don't.
All right. and
he's been around a while.
I think George Bumbo was in that meeting as well. I thought I heard him chime in at least once or twice on that.
I think it was towards the end of last year. Yeah.
It could be, yeah. So the couple of other things that I think are interesting that I kind of want to pick your brain about. The guys from Netflix are here, and it looks like they're going to be making a movie about the Operation Christmas Drop or something like that. It's a very interesting topic to make a movie about, but it occurred to me when I was thinking about that story is, number one, I'd like Netflix to remake Noon Sunday and Max Havoc. While they're here. I mean, if it's as easy as it sounds, then I'd like them to be able to do that. We'll get some celebrities. Carmen Electra can come back and go on a date with Felix again or something like that. I don't know. but how much fun could Carmen Electra could come back and play the mother of the character that she played when we were filming Max Havoc originally. But it also occurred to me that there's a story about Guam that ought to be made into a movie, but I don't know which story that is. You're a storyteller, and you've been watching Guam a little bit longer than I have. What story do you? What is our story that we could make into a Netflix movie and play on the social medias?
Well, there's historical examples. There's the visit of Magellan. That's an interesting story. There's the story about Yukoi. There's the story about political status. There's the story about, there's a lot of success stories on Guam. But of course, in order to make a movie out of it, you have to have a little bit of drama and a little bit of sex and sexual innuendo. And so I don't know how you can fashion those stories around those kinds of things. But there's quite a few stories out there. But most of them, I don't even know if I want to talk about them, let alone do a movie on them.
Wait a second. I think I know some of those stories. I think we're related to some of those people. If we were to do some stories here on Guam, who would you like to play Robert Underwood?
Well, it'd have to be somebody really good looking with a few pounds on them, but a little bit of gray hair. But, someone, well, Ray, you're too skinny to play me.
I got you. So
that's the problem.
Can we be revisionist? It'll be our stories here. How historically accurate do we have to be? I.e., can we have you winning the elections a couple of times?
Yeah, well, you just have to raise that issue. Yeah, we could do that, but then it would be like, like most movies, sort of based on fact, but not really. And almost every movie has this great exaggeration to it. So why not? And had Robert Underwood been governor, would things be different? Well, I don't know, but in any event, no. Felix's life is very interesting. Mm-hmm. Eddie Calvo's life is very interesting.
Yep.
Certainly, Carl Gutierrez's life is very interesting. There's a lot of twists and turns there, and of course, the story of Governor Liu is also pretty interesting.
Problem is that story's not done yet. We got to wait until we can get to a last chapter.
That's right, but we don't want to make the Guam story a story about politics. That's the part about it. It's like it has to be some more fundamental issue than who won and who lost and who stabbed who in the back and several times and all those other kinds of interesting stories. Or even the CCU tape, as interesting as that is, the only way that you really enjoyed that tape is because you know the players. Mm-hmm. Fairly well, that's the enjoyment, but nobody else really. And unless you know the players very well, it's not really enjoyable.
We'll put Troy Torres in charge of the script writing.
Yeah, well, you'd have to, a lot of profanity.
Well, we edit that out, and certainly the food eating we'd edit out as well. 7:52. On a more serious note, I was advised that I needed to read an editorial, a bit of a story that you had written in, I can't remember the name of the public, Pacific Island Times, about what's happening in the seemingly not literal drifting apart of the islands of Micronesia, Guam included, but kind of almost a spiritual drifting apart that you seem to be noticing.
Well, yeah, and this has been going on now for at least a couple of decades, and that is that this area of the world used to be known as the American Lake, and the way the Compacts of Free Association were negotiated and the territory of Guam and the Commonwealth, the reason why the Commonwealth came to be was the desire to keep this area in a friendly position towards the extension of American influence in this part of the world. And that's just straining. It's straining, and it's no longer the American Lake, not just because the Chinese are able to penetrate it militarily and just in terms of their economic influence, but because the Micronesians themselves are kind of, coming of age. So you now have a Micronesian lake, and how is that going to look in another 10 or 20 years with the Compacts of Free Association being renegotiated? And in addition to that is that in the time period for the past 50 to 75 years, Guam was the center of this lake. You know, it was the transportation center, the educational center, in a way, the economic center, and Guam really had an important function in that, and Guam benefited from that for most of the time. Now it's open whether we're benefiting from it as much as we should, or whether we're suffering from it more than we should. And so the issue here is Guam is at a kind of like at the cusp of maturity, trying to figure out, well, how is it going to relate to the rest of the region? And of course, the fact that President Trump met with the three freely associated states leaders indicated how serious this is. And I think I gave this same speech at Georgetown and at the East-West Center in the past couple of years, that the Department of Defense is certainly aware of it, and the State Department is sort of aware of it, but the Department of Interior continues to treat our issues as if they were domestic issues when they're really fundamental military, strategic, international issues. And so Guam has the opportunity to make that, needs a lot of leadership, needs a lot of thinking, needs a lot of forthright representation in D.C., all of those things. And so, well, I don't know, that gives me a sense of trepidation, because I don't think a lot of people kind of understand the historical role that Guam has played as the center of Micronesia.
Yeah, well, given our headlines and kind of it's a weird kind of dizziness that I'm feeling around Guam these days. I don't know that right now is exactly the time to do it. I think it's like getting into a rebound relationship or something like that. So maybe a couple more months of trying to sort things out with the current legislature, current administration, and then assigning somebody the task of making sure that the historical stitches stay together.
That's right, and it has to be a coherent policy. We go around, we're like people who are brooding all the time. We love the Micronesians, we don't like them, we come in and deport them. We just have a whole kind of series of uneasy, unclear relationships. And the main part of that is because we don't have a coherent policy. We haven't sat down and said, what is it that we want from this relationship? How can it be more reciprocal? And given the dynamics of the future, it's not that China is going to militarily take over the role of the U.S. in this part of the world, but they can penetrate it already. So it's not an American lake anymore. The Chinese can go through here with submarines, and they have a couple of aircraft carriers now that can project their power all the way to almost to the west coast of the U.S. So it's a different world, but, the Chinese have a very different view of the world, and it's not just that they have an opposite view. They have a long-term view. Everything with them is like, this will mature in 20 years. This will mature in 40 years. And we're in that process of maturing for them. And in the meantime, we're just kind of, going day by day.
And bumbling along here. The word of the day is coherent. Coherent. Let's come up with that.
And it has to be the notion of a Team Guam or something, where the delegate and the governor and the legislature have to set a policy, have to have conversations about it. They can't just issue press releases, and they have to have conversations. They have to have meetings.
But
town hall meetings.
But I pay somebody $120,000 a year to write press releases. I got to make sure that those get out right.
Congressman St. Nicholas has been in town, I believe, all week, and we haven't, I don't know, maybe he's been on the radio. Maybe he's had town meetings, but I haven't heard anything from him.
The last thing I saw was a note from Pam, who had a kid graduating from school, I want to say over at Benevente, and he showed up with a flag. That's flag, F-L-A-G. All right, listen, Uncle Robert, as usual, it's always fun talking with you. I hope you have a great weekend.
Have a great day.
And we're going to do this a little bit longer. Next week, Uncle, I'm going to be doing the Ray Gibson 40th anniversary show. And again, it's not Uncle Robert's going to be there, and it's not going to be a half hour of Uncle Robert talking about how great I am and the Underwood family are, as much as a reflection on what the next 40 years can hold for Guam, can hold for us individually, us as a family, and that kind of thing. So I think it's going to be a fun conversation.
Okay, have a great day.
I'll see you pretty soon, Huck. I'd ask you to hug Anthony Narissa, but that'd be you'd need very, very long arms for that. 8 o'clock in the morning. Coherent is the word of the day. Make that the word of the weekend. Ponder that, if you will, while you're stuck in traffic, or when you're trying to figure out what it is that you're going to be binging on this weekend over on the Netflix and all of that. What's that? Rebound? Yeah, it's just one of those things. Your head's in a fog all the time because we don't know. We're rebounding from the Calvo Tenorio administration to the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration, all waiting to see how this is all going to sort itself out. So since we're still kind of fuzzy on all of that, how then will we pick up the notion of working and dealing with our Micronesian neighbors? That's where we need to come up with a coherent plan. And did you hear him echo what we have been talking about here in the last hour? Privatization of the utilities? That idea just popped into my head this morning. Apparently, there's other people whose heads it's popped into recently as well. Got a riff on that in the next hour. Don't move.
Waters rising. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Tornadoes, heavy rains, and now flooding in parts of the nation's midsection. Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson.
We will need federal assistance in this, and be patient. It's not going to happen tomorrow or the next day. It takes us time to be able to make the damage assessments and put them into place.
Hundreds of residents of Fort Smith are now in temporary shelters. In Illinois, they're asking residents in river communities to prepare for potential evacuations. For the third time, House Republican has blocked the disaster relief bill. This time it was John Rose of Tennessee.
I ask for unanimous consent to take from the Speaker's table House Resolution 2157 with the Senate amendments thereto and concur in Senate amendments.
The vote on the $19 billion measure is now expected when the full House returns next week. Working to solidify a trade agreement, Vice President Mike Pence heads to Canada. Fox's Gernal Scott has more live.
Lisa, the Vice President and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau called the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement a good deal for all of North America. Trudeau said he put forth legislation this week to ratify what his nation calls new NAFTA. Vice President Pence was asked if tensions between President Trump and House Democrats would delay progress on the American side. He said things are moving along.
I truly do believe that we are making progress in the United States, and I reported that to the Prime Minister today.
Vice President Pence said he'd like to see Congress ratify the USMCA by this summer, Lisa.
Gernal, the White House has triggered a process just a short time ago that allows President Trump to submit the new trade deal to Congress within 30 days in a challenge to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. That's according to the Washington Post. The submission triggers a timeline for lawmakers to act, but Democrats have said they need more time to review the deal. This is Fox News.
If you're driving, chances are you'll need gas soon. And by the growl in your tummy, a trip to the grocery store too. But don't just buy gas and groceries without getting double miles. Instead, apply for the new United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank and start earning double miles towards your next trip. Gas, groceries, getaway. With the new United credit card, apply at FHB.com. First Hawaiian Bank, member FDIC. Equal housing lender. Additional terms, conditions, and restrictions apply.
Get a half gallon of Minute Maid orange juice for only $1.99 when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Get a half gallon of Dairy Gold milk for only $1.99 when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Get a $7 meal for only $1.99 when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
3 people who live in Mississippi claim the state's election system is racist, so they're suing.
Mississippi's constitution was adopted in 1890, and it mandated that for anyone to be elected governor or any other statewide office, they needed to win not just the popular vote in a state, but a majority of the districts making up the Mississippi House of Representatives. And should not a winner emerge, the House members get to pick a governor, irrespective of how their districts voted. The 3 African-American plaintiffs say this system is used to ensure majority white districts can overpower black ones. The lawsuit is funded by a group led by Obama-era Attorney General Eric Holder. Eben Brown, Fox News.
The former manager of a Penn State fraternity where a pledge fell during a night of hazing and drinking and later died has been convicted of hindering apprehension but acquitted of evidence tampering and obstruction. A jury deliberated about 5 hours before issuing the verdict today against 22-year-old Braxton Becker. The federal government investigating whether a 5-year-old General Motors seatbelt recall fixed the problem.
The recall covered about 1.4 million vehicles from the 2009 to 2014 model years, including Chevy Traverse, Buick Enclave, GMC Acadia, and Saturn Outlook SUVs, and faulty seatbelt cables that could separate from the vehicles and not properly restrain people in crashes. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration assessing the effectiveness of that recall. GM says it's cooperating after 4 reported complaints that seatbelts failed after repairs were done. No injuries in those complaints. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
The board of directors of CBS Corporation reportedly in merger talks with media company Viacom. Reuters reporting the merger talks are expected to begin in mid-June. CBS and Viacom, controlled by National Amusements, which is owned by the Redstone family. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
KFC has finally answered the world's most important question. What came first, the chicken or the egg? And the answer is both. Introducing KFC's KFC AM, their new Southern and local-inspired breakfast. AM-loaded platter with chicken fried rice, waffles, and Colonel's chicken congee. KFC also has your all-time favorites, AM chicken and egg wraps, Southern biscuit and sausage sandwich, and hash browns. So for finger-licking good mornings, AM will never be the same at KFC. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Join Ray Gibson as he celebrates 40 years on the air.
40 years already? Hi, I'm doing the big broadcast from BMW's brand new showroom at Atkins Kroll, and I want you to join in on the fun. Come on by and see us do the show live and in person. And since it's a party, we've got all kinds of super goodies to give away. United Airlines is letting me give away 2 tickets to Japan. And your next trip to the Philippines, we've got your hotel accommodations covered with goodies from Resort World Manila. It's been a great ride, and this is a great excuse to get caught up with some of our favorite guests and friends of the show.
Ray Gibson's 40th anniversary show is brought to you by AK BMW and Shooting Star Productions, with special thanks to United Airlines and Resorts World Manila.
Tune in Friday, June 7th, or check out the Points Facebook live feed, provided and produced by Shooting Star Productions.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 8 a.m. this Friday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Sentencing for Elas Tamanto Cimarron has been delayed a second time after his defense attorney asked that a psychiatric evaluation be conducted on her client first. Attorney Annie Gale said she asked for the sentencing hearing to be suspended because of the defendant's incompetency. Cimarron is one of two men responsible for the 2017 murder of Gilbert Alvarez Jr. Gail told the court she doesn't believe Cimarron understands what he's facing, and on several occasions she said he's gone from being completely mellow during conversations with her to screaming at her. Prosecuting attorney Sean Brown yesterday objected, saying there's no factual basis to suspend the sentencing hearing once again. Judge Senzon took the motion under advisement yesterday. The next hearing for Cimarron is scheduled for June 10th. Cimarron's co-defendant, Malo Mangoff Saleh, has already pleaded guilty and been sentenced to serve 15 years in prison for his part in the murder. In February 2017, Alvarez was found lying face down on the side of President's Road near UOG. He'd been beaten to death. Victoria Espinosa and Jonathan Shea have been cleared to operate the 4 gambling games at the Liberation Carnival this year, and for now, that's about all we're going to know about them. The Mayor's Council of Guam released their names late Wednesday afternoon after being notified by the Department of Rev and Tax that they had been granted tax clearances. Collectively, it appears that Espinosa and Shea committed roughly $300,000 to win the bids for the games of chance that they've been awarded. That's the bulk of the just over $400,000 raised from the bidding for the games of chance and games of skill. It's not clear who they are, whether they are partners involved, or how they raised the funds to make their bids. Mayor's Council Executive Director Angel Sablan referred the Guam Daily Post to Rev and Tax for any further information about Espinosa and Shea. However, Rev and Tax says they can only confirm that tax clearances have been granted, which means neither Shea or Espinosa owe any taxes to GovGuam. Business licenses are expected to be issued to both on Monday, but they won't reveal much more information than the names we already know. We'll have more news after this.
Legends aren't born, they are made. And during our Jeep Celebration event at Cars Plus and Mighty, you'll receive up to $6,000 in accessories with the purchase of a new Jeep Wrangler, Motor Trend SUV of the Year. Customize your new Jeep to the way you want it. Or how about a new Jeep Grand Cherokee? Save up to $5,000. Or save up to $7,500 on a new Jeep Compass Sport. It's our Jeep Celebration event going on now at Cars Plus and Mighty. Cars Plus, driven by you. Accessory special cannot be combined with other offers. See dealer for details.
Hi, welcome to this Subway ad for the new Sweet and Smoky Steak and Guac Signature Wrap. How would you like it?
I'll take my ex-girlfriend, just checking in.
Aw.
Hey, David, it's me. Just checking in. I'm doing great. Just got the new Sweet and Smoky Steak and Guac Signature Wrap from Subway. Creamy guacamole, smoky sweet Wahio mesquite sauce, and double the tender steak. They just know what I want before I do. So, yeah, things are going pretty great for me. Subway, make it what you want. Limited time only at participating restaurants. Double meat based on average 6-inch sub. Okay, bye.
10 minutes past 8 a.m. here at The Point. Public Utility Oversight Chairman Senator Clint Rigel says he was reminded of Halloween trick-or-treaters after listening to the recording of last November's closed-door meeting held by the Consolidated Commission on Utilities. In an email response to a request for comment from the Post, the senator wrote, "The fact that they are handing out bonuses and raises as if they're handing out candy to Halloween trick-or-treaters shows that the CCU has lost touch with the average household." CCU released the audio recordings of the controversial executive session on Wednesday. At that meeting held behind closed doors last November, pay raises and bonuses for employees and executives at the Guam Power Authority and the Guam Waterworks Authority were discussed in violation of Guam's open government law. The raises and bonuses have since been rescinded after the Attorney General ruled that the meeting was illegal and ordered the raises and bonuses paid back. After listening to the recording of the executive session yesterday, Senator Rigel said it's apparent that the utilities are treating themselves and the trick is on us. The family of Liebrick Manglonia is seeking more than $17,000 in funeral expenses in restitution from Jonathan Pangilinan, who pleaded guilty to manslaughter charges in Manglonia's death. Pangalinan's lawyer, public defender Stephen Hattori, said his client has agreed to pay about $9,200 for funeral expenses, but objects to paying an additional $8,000 for 16 days of rosaries. Pangilinan and Manglona worked at Atkins Kroll during a company party in March of last year. They got into a verbal argument that escalated into a physical confrontation. Pangilinan struck Manglona, who fell and hit his head on the pavement. Manglona was later pronounced dead at GMH. Pangilinan initially faced murder and aggravated assault charges, but ultimately pleaded guilty to manslaughter and was sentenced to 10 years in prison with 3 years suspended. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now with some weather.
Is it supposed to be weather at this time? Let me see. Partly sunny today, becoming mostly cloudy this weekend with isolated showers and possible thunderstorms. But there is also the possibility of grill marks. More on that in a second. East winds up to about 15 miles an hour. Highs around 89 degrees, and overnight lows should be 79 degrees. Now we'll jump into the satellite imagery and see where those grill marks might be coming from over the weekend. Michael Knight, explain yourself.
Yeah, as we check out the satellite here, we do see a bit of a disturbance that's moving on through right now, and that's how things are going to pretty much be for today. Today looks to be our best chance for rainfall. Could get an occasional shower, maybe even an afternoon thunderstorm as some of that slow-moving moisture gets lifted up over the hot island land later on this afternoon. Otherwise, once that clears out later on today and tonight, where the Weather Service actually talking about things clearing out as well. You look over to the east, you can see the pinks coming back this way. That means a little bit drier trade wind air coming on in for Saturday and Sunday. So that does mean that we're going to have some grill markage going on. I am a little concerned, though, because I do see a lot of energy to our north, and especially up to our northeast, where it looks like there's some frontal energy sagging to the south and southwest in our direction. I didn't see anything about that from the Weather Service, but I have not read their latest synopsis. So I'll read that here in the next hour and see if they've changed their minds any. For now, it's looking like maybe a little bit more rain today than things drying out a little bit more for the weekend.
Got it. The important thing is that there could be some grill marks this weekend, and that's all right with me because I went out and I tried to get some grill marks last weekend, and all I got was a sunburn. So now I got all these splotchy parts of where the skin is different color, and I was originally worried that it was jungle rot, but apparently it's just old skin that needs to get to burn up some new skin. Anyway, 8:14 in the morning. That's news and weather together here in The Point.
Business travel just got easier. Take your data plan with you for only $10 a day to all 17 Data-to-Go destinations. Never worry about additional data roaming charges when you go where your business needs you. The US, China, Thailand, and so much more. Have the assurance you need to check emails, surf the web, and stay connected. Call 688-2677 today to make sure your account is Data-to-Go ready. Docomo Pacific. Better together.
What happened? Portions of the Ray Gibson Show here brought to you by American President Lines. APL is shipping the future. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You know, there's never been a better time to go solar, and now that they've got batteries that get attached to all of that, it's great. You won't need the CCU. You won't have to worry about what John Beneventi is getting paid over there when you sign up with them. Guam Regional Medical City, the first choice for your specialty care needs, and of course,
save big. Save really big when you bundle up your insurance policies with Nanbo Insurance. Insure your home, auto, motorcycle, or business with Nanbo and enjoy great savings, up to 50%. When it comes to insuring your property, no one knows better than the company with over 50 years of service to the community. Don't compromise the things that matter to you most. Call Nanbo today at 477-9754 or visit nanbo.com for more information. Nanbo Insurance, serving you since 1968.
I gotcha. Who else now do I love? Security Title, Ron and Kim. They're the guys. Before you even get to Nanbo to insure, make sure that you insure that you actually own the property that you think you just bought with Ron and Kim at Security Title. Take Care Insurance and Cars Plus, where today is the last day for their Memorial Day sales event. Low interest rates, on-the-spot financing. You need a new Jeep, a Ram, or Hyundai. Maybe you've already got a Jeep. Get another one. How many people live at the house? Everybody needs to get a Jeep from the folks over at Cars Plus in Mighty.
Rediscover talk radio here. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
8:16 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number around here on the radio station. And why? Because we'd like to hear from you. Might hear from my friend Torgan in a couple of minutes. The doc is here. But no, I don't get the doc until 20 till. Okay, but Torgan, we need to bring Torgan up. Talk about the big Kings. What is it? What is he called? There's a name for the thing. Where did I put this? Hi, Blake. How you doing, everybody?
I'm good.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that.
Be better if I had some internet.
I didn't break it. Kings Pro Tennis event starts Tuesday, and that's what we will talk with Torgan about. We got a couple of guys that are coming in. I want to say this is like the what was the name of the event that they had there before?
Futures?
The Futures, yeah, where they're bringing in all kinds of killer guys here. So now what are you yawning? What is that yawn? So
I'm
first off,
sick.
You were here earlier than normal this morning, and that turned a lot of heads. And, and now you. So did you not sleep last night? Is that why you're yawning?
Not very much, yeah.
And because you're sick. What kind of sick do you have?
I don't know. I'm fighting it off, I think.
Just how far away do you need to do we need to stay from each other? Because it's not like I got big plans for the weekend. It's just that I don't want to spend the weekend in bed.
I don't either. That's why I'm trying. That's why I was trying to fight it off last night.
What are you taking? How are you fighting it off?
Nothing. I'm just drinking a lot of fluid, and I was trying to get a lot of sleep, but that wasn't going to happen. But I think I'll be okay. I'm like you. I'd rather it happen now and be the fatigue,
Right.
now.
If you're going to get sick at work.
Right.
As opposed to on the weekend when that's your time, that's family time, and all of that stuff. So they got the GRC's got their race this weekend. It's the most beautiful run, 5-miler, not 5K. 5-miler, not 5K. Just FYI, $7 if you remember the GRC, $10 for everybody else. Show up darn early before we would get on the air. Show up at Fort Soledad up in Umatic, and then run into Mauricio, and then back up a hill, and then back down to the marina where the awards are going to take place and all of that.
And am I mistaken? Not a lot starts down there, right? Not as far as races. Not a lot of them.
Not from Fort Soledad. There's a couple that will start from Mauricio over by the community center there. There's a run late December. It's the alley-oop. It's one of the last races of the running club, and we run the alley-oop from there. You go up and then into Umatic. Is it Umatic? No, we go up the hill, Agate Umatic, and then from there all the way down to Nimitz. It's maybe a 4.5 mile course, but there's a big chunk of it is uphill. So yeah, the running club likes to do events that start in other places than Chamorro Village or Skinner Plaza or Epal Beach Park. That's kind of the idea, is to get out there and see the island. We'll talk about the Pride Parade, Pride 5K that's coming up in a couple of minutes. Very close, very dear personal friend of mine, literally Torgan Smith on the line. We were talking about the big tennis that's going to be played here on Guam. Hey, Torg, how you doing?
Good morning, Ray. Good. How are you, man?
You sound kind of tired. Does everybody here need some extra Joss or some coffee or Oro no Min C? What's a little bit more energy here, buddy? Because you got big tennis coming to Guam this weekend.
Yeah. I got plenty of energy. Just having my coffee.
Good man. All right, so we got the Kings Guam World Tennis Tour that's going to be taking place all over the place, and so who's coming out to Guam, and what is the point of this kind of event?
Well, we had 212 entries, and then it gets narrowed down to the draws at 32 draw and 24 qualifying. So we ended up with we have 17 different countries coming. I think we have 6 European countries, and then some Asia, Japan, Korea, Taiwan. So it's going to be interesting this year because of the diversity of the different nations that are coming. I don't think we've ever had 6 European nations at one.
Well, I remember when it was just crazy enough that there were Russians that were coming out to participate in some of your futures tournaments and things like that. So yeah, a lot of diversity going to be here. Will there be anybody whose names we will instantly recognize, or would be names that we would recognize at some of the big opens that are coming up this summer?
Well,
is Serena coming?
Well, it's all men, so no.
So Nadal. Okay, all right.
Fortunately, our tournament is the same time as the French Open, so
right.
They all were excited to come here. But then they had the Grand Slam thing.
Yeah, the French Open and all.
So where's it now? Let's get into some of these games here. I'm not going to recognize any of the names, even if I was dead into it. But we do have some guys that are coming out here, and up and comers from around the region, to be sure, as well as Europe, are going to be coming out here. Will they be earning any points in this particular event that might help edge them up a little bit higher into the rankings?
Yeah, these are kind of minor leaguers, and in all seriousness, we have several players who had played here who are now in Paris playing in the French Open. So this is more like the minor leagues to earn your way up to play in the bigger events and stuff. So we have had players who played here, and they're up in the top 100 now. I'm not sure if you'd recognize their names still, but it's quite an achievement to be, top 100 and making a living playing tennis.
Well, I recall a couple of really talented Japanese kids that came through Guam that got a little bit of notoriety in the system and maybe have been able to move themselves up into the mix as well. When does the play take place? When will we be able to go over by, I'm assuming, the Hilton to go and watch some of these tournaments get played?
Yeah, it's Hilton's one of our presenting sponsors, along with Kings, obviously, GVB and GTA, and it'll be we have the qualifying round is going to be on Monday, and then some of those 24 guys who are coming over to try to play into the main draw, which starts on Tuesday, and so we have an opening ceremony at 9:45 on Tuesday, just a 15-minute ceremony to kick things off, and then we'll start playing the matches at 10 on Tuesday.
Okay.
And it'll be every day through Sunday.
I know that for events like this, and just having worked with you, it's not just a question of picking up the phone and getting things going. You also need a lot of backup from sponsors. So who are your big ones?
The big ones, Kings, GTA, Hilton, obviously, for the venue, and those are the presenting sponsors. Morico Equipment, of course, it helps out with my time.
You think there might be some of that in there, and I suppose, will there be any opportunities for meet and greets? I mean, everybody seems to, if you go hang out at the Hilton, it's like a big day-long picnic anyway. So chances are pretty good you'll be able to go and get some pictures and selfies and autographs, right?
Yeah, the play will be going on from 10 till we finish every day. And it's like any knockout tournament. There's a lot more play earlier, and then as you get down to Sunday, there's just the one final match. But there'll be a lot of good tennis all week long. The format's changed a little bit, where we used to start the qualifying on Saturday and Sunday, and then we start on Monday. But they've kind of shortened the time, which helps us with our expenses of paying officials and housing them and feeding them, etc. So we start Monday and Tuesday now. So pretty exciting. And we also I don't want to forget to mention that this is an opportunity for our local players also to come out and from our little kids who are in the 12 and unders up to the 16 unders, they can have a chance to be ball runners and get to see this level.
That's crazy fun. You don't know how much fun Mason had with the futures and being able to do that kind of thing. And guys from around here, and guys. Oh, Mason's going to play these guys, and guys from around here that were able to go down to what was it? Swami? Didn't Swami go out and do some line judging in Australia?
Yeah. Swami did the semifinals of the Australian Open, Wawrinka versus Djokovic, and so we've had a Guam guy in the semifinals.
Isn't that cool? All right, hey Torg, I'm going to let you run. I know you got a lot of work in front of you over the weekend. I just want to make sure we had some time to alert tennis fans around the island that there's going to be a big deal coming to the Hilton next week.
Yeah, so thanks. And then Mason and Camden Camacho will be playing in the event as our local representative.
So is it going to be 2 against 1? Is that what's happening? So Mason, Camden? Because the back and forth between Mason and Camden over the years has been exciting to watch. Anyway, got to run. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
Okay, thanks, Ray.
All right, brother. That is Torgen Smith, and there's going to be tennis going on. 8:26, some real exciting stuff. What do you got for excitement here this weekend?
You know what? I was actually in a tennis wormhole. I was looking at the pros, and my girl, which by the way, she's ranked number 1 in the world. If you haven't heard me talk about her, you should follow her. Her name is Naomi Osaka. She's from Osaka,
Japan. Imagine that.
That's not why that's her name. That's actually her name. But yeah, so she's from Osaka, Japan. Her father's Haitian. Her mother is from Hokkaido. And she is ranked #1 in the world in tennis. She beat Serena a couple months ago, which is actually how I first heard of her. And she won her match at the French Open, like Torgen was just talking about, and as did Serena. So those two are kind of on a collision course. So I'm just watching that quietly to see how Sunday plays out. Elsewhere.
I like her hair.
Who, Naomi Osaka? Yeah.
Reminds me of your friend Joyce's hair.
She looks a lot like Joyce. She's very Joycelyn when it comes to their hair, their mane. So let's see here. What did I have? I had some. I actually was going to catch you up on some news about your friend Bubba Nichols, as she is named to the second team All-American list. She was named to the nation's elite list. She is, if you don't know, the junior center fielder with the UCLA Bruins in the College World Series that's starting next weekend. They are ranked #2, and they did so. They keep their march going after they, let's see here, yesterday beat Minnesota 7-2 in the Women's College World Series playoffs as Leah Jordan hits a 3-run homer in the 6th inning. That helps, but UCLA got on the board in the 1st inning when Bubba Nichols hit a solo homer to left field. And then Kinsley Washington, the pitcher for Minnesota, the pitcher walked Kinley Washington with the bases loaded, and that helped them kind of get 2-0, and then they steamrolled to a 7-2 victory. So congratulations to Bubba for the solo homer, for the Women's College World Series win, and for the second-team All-American being named to that list. Very prestigious.
Somebody on Facebook this morning posting something, kind of an opinion piece about Frank the Crank. And
in the comments?
Well, I didn't see but the gist of it
Everybody's
was...
a journalist these days.
Well, I think it might have been a share of an actual written journalist piece that win or lose, it said that they are grooming Frank the Crank.
UFC?
Yeah.
How old is Frank? Do we know?
He's younger than me.
Well, yeah,
it's pretty much everybody.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering because the life of a professional athlete isn't that of a regular person. Meaning, if you're 30 in most sports, you're kind of getting up there in age. That's
true,
what I mean
true
in the sport. Not obviously in life, but yeah, in the sport. So I'm curious. But I know some fighters have had some success. Until their mid-30s, even some of them in their late 30s. So I think he's probably got it. I don't think he's 30 yet. He's probably 27, 28, something like that. Maybe 30 at the oldest.
Yeah, but it could also be one of those deals where they look at him and maybe not so much as an athlete. I mean, he's got the gift. I mean, he's got the athletic chops for this, right? But he's also a great character.
Right.
I think he's got a personality. You get some of these guys, and they're just it's all rough and tumble. But Frank comes in and he smiles, and he kind of represents that Marianas vibe.
Yeah. He plays the part really well. Although if they're going to groom him, he's going to have to start. And I think he would tell you this too, and any fighter would. He's going to have to start winning. I know he's had some trouble. I think he got his last fight was TKO. He got knocked out. And then I don't know if he, about his record before that. I'm looking at his record, 21-7-0. But yeah, what you're seeing is actually, I'm seeing it right here. Win or lose, I assume this. I don't know. Is that it?
That's it.
Because I found this one on my own. This one's actually on UFC.com. So maybe that's why they're saying the UFC is trying to groom him, because their writer, Thomas Gerbasi, wrote yesterday, and I'll just read you the headline: Win or lose, MMA is molding Frank Camacho. And then the byline reads, quote, "It's crazy, but these experiences that I'm having, even with tough losses and ruthless knockouts, it's really molding the man I am right now," he said. And then there's a long article. You can read it, find it. But yeah, if you want to check it out, just type in UFC MMA molding Frank Camacho, and the article will pop up.
Very nice. 8:30 in the morning. And James Howard saying NBA Finals Game 1 today.
Yep. That's tonight. Yeah, that's so we talked about it a couple days. I think Wednesday is when I gave everybody the heads up, but it is finally here. Game 1, Toronto, Ontario, Canada gets their first NBA Finals ever as Kawhi Leonard and the Raptors. Speaking of, I watched Jurassic World yesterday. We'll take on the Golden State Warriors. I love that last scene with all the...
Wait, don't say it. I didn't see it.
It came out in like 2015.
Oh, okay. So, but they did a sequel to that one too, right?
Fallen Kingdom.
Okay, and that one I haven't seen.
Yeah, no. I'm talking about the first one. The one where at the very end, if you haven't seen it, the Indominus Rex is fighting T-Rex, and then the Raptors jump in, and then the Megalodon jumps in, and... Oh man, it's awesome.
That was a good scene. Of course, I completely boy crushed the entire time on Ron Howard's daughter.
Oh, Bryce. You know what?
Hair like fire.
Yeah,
Hair like fire, buddy.
Bryce Dallas Howard, I guess. Harper. Bryce.
But I also will admit to
Bryce Dallas Howard Harper.
A little bit of disappointment. I've not been able to find, because as soon as that movie came out, and you know how I am, I'm a total poser, right? So as soon as that movie came out, I went crazy trying to find a knife. Right,
sheath for your belt.
Sheath, right? That fit horizontally as opposed to a vertical sheath.
Like an Owen head.
Yes, I wanted one like that because I thought that was a great way to do that.
I have at the time I had a Samsung Note 3, and I that movie inspired me a little bit because I watched Dallas Bryce Howard Harper run around being chased by dinosaurs with her Samsung Note. Without a case on it, and it didn't even bother.
No scratches, right?
So I was like, oh, well, I don't know what I'm doing with this case. So I immediately went caseless because I saw it survive the dinosaurs.
Because you know you can, right? Yep. 8:32. All right. Speaking of movies that are worth watching, Deadwood coming to HBO tomorrow.
This weekend.
Yes.
Did you watch the show?
Are you kidding? It's on eternal repeat at my house. I mean, it's one of those things where if I can't find anything else to watch, I'm going to hit Deadwood.
And you know what's cool about it is even if you haven't watched it and you have HBO, you can knock it out before the movie comes out because it's 3 seasons. It's really really short.
Oh, yeah.
It's not a hard watch at all.
But all the right characters are going to be there. It is 10 years into the future
because they don't kill their characters off.
Because they had a lousy end.
That was terrible.
Deadwood's 3rd season, abrupt, lousy end, and that was what 13 years ago now.
This wasn't the end. I'm not giving it away. It's been out for a decade plus, but and it's also a historical fact. But it didn't end with there was a couple episodes after the fire blew through Deadwood, right? The fire that kind of destroyed a lot of Deadwood in real life and in the show. It was kind of like Game of Thrones in that way, right? Where that happened in like 2 or 3 more episodes.
Right? I mean, all of a sudden, the major bad guy, the big boss, what's his name? Hearst. No, Hearst.
Oh,
was
Hearst,
was the boss. In gaming terms, I mean, he was the guy, and then he just kind of left, and then she left. The girl with the little girl, the little blonde girl. I mean, she took off, and so nobody knows what else was supposed to be happening. So, like I said, it's 10 years into the future. There is, believe it or not, I'm told a payphone and never mind the stagecoach. People are actually arriving by train. So what they intend to do is finally close up some of the loose ends. They say it is bloody and brutal, though.
It's going to be
Which
good.
Will be great.
Well, and not only that, there's a lot of guest stars, like a lot of people that are famous now that are guest starring in this that weren't around when Deadwood, that weren't famous when Deadwood was originally filming.
Yeah, Nate Horn agree. Yes, another HBO series with a lousy ending, but they've got a movie. It should be as soon as they play it in the States tomorrow. It'll be available on HBO and the services here. So I think that's awesome.
We've only been waiting since 2006, right? Something like that for this movie. Well, 10 years, 13 years.
I remember watching it when just before my daughter was born.
Yeah.
And for a little bit after she was born.
06, 07, 08, somewhere around there?
10 or 11, whatever it takes. I don't know how old my daughter is.
Well, I'm just trying to remember
She's
when
14,
I first saw
but it's been 13 years since the end of the season. So, I remember when
05
that was planned, when Mika was pregnant, and it was planned for the first couple of months while Miami was just suckling. So 8:35. That's about all the time we got to pretend to talk about sports.
Happy Friday.
I'm going to let you run. I'll see you pretty soon. 8:35 in the morning, as he says. I got headlines with me coming up in just a moment.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
Well, this is interesting. Story from the, is this not the Daily Post here? Mariana's Variety, saying that Guam is a potential competitor in the region's brand new industry, the CNMI. Cannabis Commission on Wednesday urged the Senate to pass House Bill 21-13, which would amend their Sensible CNMI Cannabis Act of 2018, and warning that there is a new clock running. It is very important we move in a timely manner. So as we ask you for support, they say, heralding the idea that legalization of recreational marijuana on Guam set a new time clock for the CNMI Commission to come up with regulations. In the comments section of the Mariana's Variety, it's true. It matters who gets the ball rolling first. Tourists from around the entire Pacific Rim are just waiting for this to begin so they can start availing of all of the possibilities that we can provide. Let's stand behind it and help it succeed, Fan, and stop whining. Help it succeed, Fen, and stop whining without any solutions. Let's give it a try. The only thing we're missing there is a put for butt. Come on. Help it succeed, Fen. I love Saipan. So there it is. And we'll see if we can round up somebody from our own Cannabis Control Board here in just a second. But first, it's time for headlines from the Guam Daily Post. Former Airman Louis Anthony Vargas will not be released from jail. He's accused of sexually assaulting a 9-year-old girl and has been confined at the Department of Corrections since October, where he says he's been assaulted on multiple occasions. Fearing for his life, he asked the court to be released under house arrest. But during a hearing in Superior Court yesterday, Judge Anita Sokola denied his request, saying there's a 9-year-old girl that had been violated, and the court is extremely concerned regarding the community. Initially, Vargas was on conditional release following his arrest, but he violated the court order by leaving island to visit his father, who was terminally ill. He left without the court's permission. I don't like it when people violate my orders, said Judge Sokola, and I don't care what their reasons are. His trial is set to begin in August. The family of Librick Menglotnya is seeking more than $17,000 in funeral expenses in restitution from Jonathan Pangilinan, who pled guilty to manslaughter charges in Menglotnya's death. Pangalinan's lawyer, public defender Stephen Hattori, said his client has agreed to pay about $9,200 for funeral expenses, but objects to paying an additional $8,000 for 16 days of rosaries. Pangilinan and Menglotnya worked at AK during a company Christmas party in March last year. They got into a verbal argument that escalated into a physical confrontation. Pangilinan struck Menglotnya, who fell and struck his head on the pavement, later pronounced dead at GMH. Pangilinan initially faced murder and aggravated assault charges, but ultimately pled guilty to manslaughter and was sentenced to 10 years in prison with 3 years suspended. Governor Lulian Guerrero told members of the Rotary Club of Guam yesterday that her staff has contacted the bed and breakfast internet booking site known as Airbnb and asked for their help in cracking down on unlicensed B&B operators on Guam. Airbnb has been asked to identify all of the Guam operators listed on their website and send each of them a message telling them that they have to register at the Guam Department of Revenue and Taxation. We're going to sign an agreement with Airbnb, said the governor, and they're going to be telling the people they have a business license and they have to pay their taxes. Airbnb is the most popular internet site for booking low-cost stays at bed and breakfast establishments around the globe. There's an estimated 300 bed and breakfast operators on Guam renting out rooms in their homes. Many are not licensed and pay no taxes. We are out there inspecting them. We are following them, said the governor. Those who are not licensed have been fined. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
We know too well the inconvenience of not having power after a storm. You worry about the food in the freezer going bad. Nights get hot. It's hard finding comfort when going to sleep. These are realities. But with solar and battery storage from Micronesia Renewable Energy, these realities can be a thing of the past. The solar works during the day and the batteries power your home at night. Call 632-2613 to see how solar plus battery storage can make life a little more convenient. MRE, the smarter choice.
Portions of the program are brought to you by my pals over at Cold Stone. Big graduation ceremonies going on. Call Cold Stone Creamery and get an ice cream cake. You can feed 25 up to 50 people with this. Customized with the grad high school colors or a special grad theme. The number at GPO is 649-4800. At the Micronesia Mall, it's 633-8800. You know, I know it's hard to remember telephone numbers when we give them on the radio, so just Google them. Cold Stone Creamery, Guam, and you'll get the telephone numbers and all the contact information you'll need. They will set you up with a graduation ice cream cake.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo, 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
Yeah, let me see if I can get some information on the traffic gizmo and give you an idea of what's happening out there. I'm getting some pictures coming in from my buddy Charlie. It looks like there might be a little bit of work going on by the Guam Police Department over by Wild Bill's, across from Bank Pacific in Tamuning. That area, yeah, it looks like it's a little snaggy right now. Not sure if there is an accident. Police are on the scene at that location, so watch out for that. It is definitely slowing traffic southbound Marine Corps Drive from about where the ITC building is, Lone Star Steakhouse, southbound Marine Corps Drive is all snagged up as a result of that. North and southbound traffic on the other side, right in front of Bank Pacific, also moving slow at this time. Everything else looks like it's running clear. Just got to get through that, and you ought to be all right. Man, it's at that spot. It's in exactly the spot on Marine Corps Drive for which there's no turnaround. There's no alternate route to get past that. You're just going to have to suffer through it. 8:42 right now. Traffic here on the Point.
The Crazy 19 menu at King's Restaurants is back with all your breakfast, lunch, and dinner favorites. Fun pancakes, tasty sandwiches, and the local dishes you crave for a limited time on the Crazy 19 menu at King's.
In illness and in wellness, Calvo's Select Care is health care that is there for you. That's why over 80% of the Guam medical community places their trust and insures with us. We offer our members wellness and fitness programs for a healthier lifestyle and provide a comprehensive medical network on and off island to help members from unexpected illnesses. Contact Calvo's Select Care today for more information.
8:43 studio time. It's also iConnect time. Roll by the nearest iConnect and ask them about the special rates and plans they've got for 2019. Could save you a whole lot of money on your telecom needs between here and there. And we talked a little bit about some sporting activities taking place over the weekend, and a lot of talk about the Guam Running Club's big deal on Saturday, which is the most beautiful run. And then I think they're going to be busy again on Sunday for another race that's going to be taking place. With me in the studio, I got Dr. Bradley Patrick. How you doing there, Doc?
Good morning. I'm doing great.
Yeah, nice. Very colorful shirt you've got there.
This is a shirt that the people that finish will place. The first 200 of the 5K, the first 100 of the 2K will get a shirt.
Oh, 5K and 2K. Okay, so it is the Pride race that's going to be taking place. This is Sunday at
Skinner Plaza.
Okay, all right.
Right by the Guam Museum.
Boy, I tell you what, Agania is getting crazy busy over the weekend, and I got a note from Regine Bisco Lee, the senator, and she said, just a reminder, after 5 o'clock this afternoon, you need parking. Park over at the legislature. They're going to be opening that up for everybody for the GMIF. The Guam Micronesia Island Fair, and I imagine that's also going to be some pretty decent parking for people that are going to be running in the race this weekend.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. So one less thing to worry about here. So tell me a little bit about the Pride race, and in fact, this whole weekend, this whole next couple of days seems to have a whole lot of Pride activities for the LGBTQI. I forget.
LGBTQIA.
There's a number of other initials that fall in after that, but you guys are getting busy in June, huh?
Yeah, so June is the official Pride Month, celebrated around the world. This is a great year. It's the 50th anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising in New York.
Okay, so uneducated, dolt, right? I don't know that. Tell me about it.
So the Stonewall Uprising, when they stood back against the police, against the violence and oppression and the illegal entry in the bars and arresting people, and they
just for being gay.
Yep.
Huh.
Yep. So they
come a long way since then.
Yeah. Well, not in some parts.
We saved that for a whole other conversation.
Yeah.
So the question from among those who are probably sweating it out right now, listening to talk radio on a conservative bending radio station, is: do I have to be gay to enjoy any of the activities that you guys have got coming up this weekend? Because I'm not, but my boyfriend is.
Yeah, exactly.
My favorite joke of all time. I'm not gay, but the shirt is.
No, Governor Lou is going to be there. Obviously, Josh will be there.
Mm-hmm.
Her whole family is going to probably be there. either, but we have. I can't even drive around or walk around without military people saying, "Hey, we're going to be at the Pride Rainbow Run."
Yeah.
So it's hopefully it's going to be a good turnout. It's benefiting the ESA LGBT scholarship at University of Guam.
Okay.
So once you reach $10,000, then UOG takes it over, self-funds it. It's all good.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know about that deal.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really, really awesome. So thanks to our sponsors, I'm getting more and more every day. I just got Calvin Klein gave us well over $500 in of their Pride merchandise, colognes, perfumes. The Tower of London gave gift certificates. They serve food during the day, so it's not just
Keep waiting for them to cook that turtle.
Yeah.
It's a great conversation piece, isn't it?
Yeah, for another time. So this is kind of the kickoff for Pride, for the Pride Month. We have on Sunday showtime, 5 o'clock register. I'm actually leaving here and going to Hornet Sports to register people all day for the race. But you can register morning of.
Usually costs a little bit more if you do that.
Costs $15 morning of, $10 today and tomorrow. But go ahead, register day of. We like that.
Exactly. Register day of, and primarily because, again, this is a fundraiser. And you wanted the more money that you can put into that pot, the faster we can get to the point where we got that scholarship going. Okay, so save it for day of, but won't make that much of a difference. It's not like, there's a goodie bag for you today if you register.
Yeah.
You just get your bib. You can pick up a bib that morning. So it's at $10 for today. If I show up and want to get, me and 3 of my buddies.
So groups of 4 are $35. So you save, $5.
That's all right. So even if you don't have 4 friends, and there are some of you out there that I know, you to count the number of friends that you have on less than one hand, then buy 4 anyway, and that gives you 4 times more chances to win.
Exactly.
3 times
all
more
the
chances
raffle
to win.
prizes. Yeah.
Raffle prizes that you're going to be giving away. As you pointed out, you've got new people coming in with giveaway items all the time, right?
Yeah, and I'm picking up more today yet. So it's it's not that they're slowly trickling in. It's just that it's me.
It's just you.
Yeah, so it's we're doing a lot of it. It should be a lot of fun. We have a Zumba warm up at about 5:40. The 5Kers take off at 6. The 2Kers take off at 6:15.
All right. So we got this. It's going to be fabulous Zumba.
Oh, yes, it is. It's going to be fabulous Zumba, yeah. 3 amazing, great songs. Come dressed up. Doesn't matter. Rainbows, tutus, wigs, and do whatever. I mean,
I was gonna say. I mean, it's a pride race. Have some fun with it.
Yeah.
You could go out there and try to come in 17 minutes and be the leader in whatever your field is, or you can just go out there and say this is going to be just as much fun on a Sunday morning as something on Saturday night.
Yes, exactly.
Should be. I mean, that's the attitude that I hope a lot of people have going into the event. I'm going to try to make it just to attend, but I can't run. I just got told yesterday I have a hiking injury, and so I was with Dr. Phil yesterday, and Dr. Phil said, "Hey, were you going to run this weekend?" And I said, I was starting to answer. He said, "Change your plans. There's no running. There is no hiking on that foot until things get better. But I might show up just because I think it's going to be a fantastic time."
We can walk the 2K. Runners don't walk.
The runners, it's not one of those
That's
things.
like scuba divers don't snorkel.
Kind of want to do this. So I saw an ad for a couple of other things. So you got the Pride race is going to be happening Sunday again, Skinner Plaza. Showtime at around 5:15, something like that.
Yep.
Go time is going to be 6. Hurry through the course because what we're getting out of the weather guy here is it's going to be crazy hot. But there's a couple of other events that are coming up. The March and Festival, which is not this weekend but next weekend, and then Friday night the party.
The party at the Globe.
Party.
The party of the year that everybody waits for.
Okay.
So that's it should be a good time. 8 a.m. to 2 a.m.
8 a.m.? Did you say?
8 p.m.
8
Did I say 8 a.m.?
Yeah, it's a long party.
No, I'm still tired.
No, I can still do it. I just got to set myself up for it.
8 p.m. to 2 a.m. We have some international drag superstars. Pangina Heels from Bangkok. He does RuPaul's Drag Race Thailand, the only other sanctioned drag race by RuPaul. We have Onan Svarome from Tokyo, obviously Mama Shar, DJ Brian Kua from Manila, Mocha Diva from Manila. So we have lots of great people.
But you mentioned a DJ. Is it going to be doing an actual mix show?
Yeah, we have 2 DJs.
Okay.
So two live DJs, yeah.
And so how much it cost to get into that? Do I need reservations? You know, there was a, you know, for something that is titled The Party, you would presume that maybe it'd be good to get reservations to get in there because the place will fill up.
Yeah, you need to buy your tickets. It does fill up. So tickets are available at www.guampride.org. Tickets are available for everything there. So you can buy tickets online. For the 2K, you can buy tickets for the party. Come out and march with us June 8th in the festival. We have lots of groups that are going to be marching, and then the festival is going to be there at Skinner Plaza. We're using the stage, and that's going to be part of the whole liberation thing. So June is shaping up to be a great month.
Well, it sounds like there's going to be all kinds of crazy fun.
And Friday morning of June 7th at Adaloop, they're doing a Pride breakfast. So that should be a lot of fun. Lots of other things. There's a panel that's going to be discussing things at the Guam Museum Theater. They're doing It Gets Better video campaign.
I think we sold enough race bibs and things like that, and gotten enough people into the parties and stuff. We got a couple of minutes to talk about what is life like for a gay person on Guam in 2019.
It's fine. I've been here since 2015, August of 2015, so the Guam Supreme Court legalized gay marriage well before the United States Supreme Court did. We have the influence of the Philippines here, the third sex. I don't see it as an issue. I mean, I know that there's the conservative people that are they're never going to change their minds, but it really doesn't influence us. What I find here is if you're discriminatory or bigoted, it's actually worse for you because people shame you and they're like, knock it off. Yeah. It's not tolerated here. So
the bigotry against gays.
Yeah. I just find it's not tolerated.
Yeah, I mean the tolerance and acceptance and the openness, I think, in this community is something that other communities in the United States should probably strive for.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just feels a little bit more welcoming around here for folks in the LGBTQI community.
Yep. Yeah, and
do I always have to say that? Can I just say gay community?
You can just say gay.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah, you don't have to be the whole
takes a long
LGBTQA.
time. I don't know. Just it always feels like there needs to be, and I don't know if you noticed, first couple of months of the new administration, it's like if you didn't say that Josh was the first openly gay lieutenant governor on Guam, then it was like you were slighting him or something like that.
Yeah.
So I changed that up and said, no, he's the first openly bald governor, and I'm sure that made you happy because you were all openly bald as well, are you not?
Yes.
All right. Well, I wanted to find out, what the sense is, what the sentiment in the community is for gay people on Guam, and what it's like for you to be around here. Then this has got to be something like, for all kinds of other reasons, got to be something like heaven for you here, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a nice place.
And then there's the travel.
Yeah,
and then there is the travel. There's been a lot of conversation about the idea of opening up a little bit more for the gay community to travel to Guam as tourists. You have any thoughts about that?
The gay tourism industry is worth billions of dollars, billions. California alone tends to make $211 million a year just on gay tourism. So if you don't, if you're a business owner, you have a hotel or restaurant, and you're not gay supportive, you'll be left in the dust easily.
Well, okay. So what do we do? What do businesses? Guys listening right now, maybe that conservative guy that you're trying to change his mind has got the radio on right now, wondering, all right, is there a market here? How do I be that much more lucrative to a member of the gay community? What do I have to do differently to be attracted to a gay customer?
There's definitely a market here. We're already seeing it. The Guam Visitors Bureau is already seeing it. They're doing a huge campaign to capture some of those dollars.
And not to say to interrupt, but Taiwan just came through with a law that now allows for same-sex marriage there, and these guys and girls are going to want to get married and go, let's go have a honeymoon, and come to Guam and do the honeymoon here.
Yep. And I marry people. I went online and got my ordained ministry thing.
No way.
Yeah, and registered with Gov Guam. And
what's your church called?
It's American something Ministries, ACM or something like that. So,
but you can marry people?
I can.
Oh, that is so cool.
Yeah. So and I've been doing it. I've done a lot at Jimmy D's. They want the beach weddings with the ocean in the background. And so it's a big tourism. They want to come here specifically to get married.
But anymore in 2000, you use the year again, 2019, everything and as open and as accepted and tolerated in the very least. What more do businesses need to do to send a signal? What's the dog whistle that says, hey, we're gay friendly here?
So the Laddie Stone, the Rainbow Laddie Stone, we have stickers, and we're encouraging businesses, put that sticker up on your place of business. It's kind of like the safe zone that colleges and businesses have done in the stateside, but it lets people know that they're a LGBT supporter, that they actually, they want the business, they encourage it, they're not going to turn you away. And so you can. It's just this rainbow.
Okay, because I'm the king of dumb questions. So
that's great.
The dumb question is there beyond that? Just to say that we are supportive of the gay community. Are there things that you're looking for? I mean, is there a special seating that you want, or do you want buy one get one free deals only if you're gay?
Well, I mean, they can do things for the Pride. I mean, they don't have to do stuff just for the Pride Month. But they could, for Pride Month especially, they could run special deals, and they could offer, discounts, and they could advertise, put out ads, or I mean, the list goes on. It's endless. It goes on and on what they could do. I mean, they
use your imagination.
Yeah,
and talk to the customers.
And especially now with the Pride Month coming up, they can support us. They can give me a call. They can say, hey, I want to donate to this LGBT scholarship thing. I can't march or I can't be at the run, but I want to support. So we'll gladly take money anytime.
Not that difficult to find a way to get involved, and no doubt somebody in your family is gay and might be able to give you some ideas on how you might be more attractive to that particular audience and particular market.
And even more than that, someone that's gay. They may not be out, but you definitely know someone that's gay.
Who is not out anymore?
Oh, lots of people.
Really,
because of the conservatives.
Don't say it like it's a bad thing. I mean, conservatives is just people with different values than yours. We're all different. Don't we celebrate that diversity?
Some do, some don't. I mean, we still have teens being kicked out of homes because they're gay, and so we have to have services for them. We still have people being beat because they're gay, so it's still happening. We have.
We got people getting beat because they're jerks too. I mean, people are going to get beat up, and not everybody's going to, be along the same side as
people are
their
just
mom and
jerks
dad.
in general.
Yeah, there's and that's the thing that eventually we got to get past that, and one of these days it doesn't matter what the orientation is. If you're a jerk, bad things are going to happen to you, and unfortunately you're going to bring bad things to other people. And at the end of the day, I think that's all there is.
Yeah, and I feel sorry for the people that are actually doing that because it's they're the ones with the shallow hearts and need to actually open their minds and their heart and actually grow and realize that there's more to life than that.
What's the Holy Grail for you?
What's the Holy Grail?
Holy Grail. It's one of my favorite interview questions because everybody, I'll ask an architect, Holy Grail. I'll ask musicians, writers, and things like that. And so here you are, a gay guy living on Guam. What's your Holy Grail? What would you like to see?
Live life, be happy, be nice to others, just enjoy. You never know when it's going to end.
Start with running.
Yeah.
Start with the running.
Start with running. Start with hashing.
Yeah.
And that's funny. The hashers, they've told me they're going to show up in dresses. So it's. Yeah.
When aren't they in dresses? There's at least 5 hashing events on Guam that take place every year where they're
green dress run, the red dress. Yeah.
But the deal is hashing. What happens on the trail stays on the trail, and first rule of hash is you don't talk about hash. Yeah. Certainly not on the radio. I call it fast hiking. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. Doc, it's always a pleasure seeing you, and good luck on the race. I'm going to try to get up early and go hang out with it because it sounds like fun.
Everybody should come on out and drag somebody out.
Don't say drag.
Literally, no pun intended, I guess.
We're KUSD got you. Here comes Fox News.
Moving forward on trade, I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The White House has submitted a statement to Congress on the new North American Free Trade Deal. Vice President Mike Pence met with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau this afternoon. The Vice President appearing on the Fox Business Network.
I can tell you, President Trump is ready to go. And as soon as we believe there is a pathway forward for approval, we're going to send the USMCA to the Hill.
And he says he has been in ongoing discussions with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and Trade Representative Robert Lighthizer spoke with her today. Special Counsel Robert Mueller could have decided if President Trump obstructed justice. That's the claim from Attorney General William Barr.
Attorney General William Barr has always maintained that it was the special counsel Robert Mueller's mandate and responsibility to decide the obstruction question. In a new interview with CBS, Barr did not break new ground on why Mueller could not reach a conclusion, but he said the special counsel had the power to go further.
The opinion says you cannot indict a president while he's in office, but he could have reached a decision as to whether it was criminal activity, but he had his reasons for not doing it, which he explained.
Before heading to Colorado to address the Air Force Academy, President Trump says special counsel Robert Mueller should have applied the same strategy and rigor to those who opened the Russia investigation in the first place.
Fox's Catherine Herridge in Washington. Kansas, just one of several states in the Midwest with dangerous flooding. In Rice County, Emergency Management Coordinator Greg Klein says the Arkansas River is out of its banks and there is flooding along Cow Creek.
It's hard to imagine the scope, the breadth and depth of the devastation that's out there.
Kansas Governor Laura Kelly. Arkansas, Illinois, and Oklahoma also facing rising waters after heavy rains and tornadoes earlier this week. This is Fox News.
Get a free Polar Pop, any size, when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Get a free coffee, any size, when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Get $5 off any Circle K car wash package when you purchase $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
We have some really great home loan programs, but did you know we have great business loans too? Every day we're working with companies to purchase equipment, to buy or build properties, or make tenant improvements. We offer letters of credit, working capital, and term loans, and we make all of our credit decisions here. Commercial loans, commercial banking from Bank Pacific.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Viva Bank Pacific.
For a third time in less than a week, a disaster relief bill is blocked in the House.
Tennessee Congressman John Rose is the third Republican to object to a unanimous consent request designed to fast-track package of a $19 billion disaster relief bill.
Tennesseans deserve better than what is being attempted here today.
After the objection, Rose told reporters it's about process, not policy.
See to it that Congress does its job and that the members of Congress have an opportunity to debate this legislation and vote on it when they're all here.
That vote now expected when lawmakers return from a recess next week. The Senate passed the relief bill last week following weeks of negotiations with the White House. On Capitol Hill, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
The search continues for a Connecticut woman who has been missing for nearly a week. Police now examining Waveney Park in the wealthy town of New Canaan.
The search has been centered right here for the last several days as we've watched K-9 units go through this park. The vehicle spotted after she didn't show up for several appointments on Friday. Her friends estimate she probably hadn't been seen or heard from for over 10 hours after dropping her kids off at school.
We are just hoping fervently for her safe return.
A marked police car remains in the driveway at the house that she had been renting since moving out of the home she shared with her estranged husband. His name Fotis Doulos. The two had been married for 13 years before separating in 2017. The two have been locked in a bitter custody battle for their 5 children, all under the age of 13 ever since.
Fox's Laura Engel at Waveney Park. Paris City Hall wants to name a small plaza after Princess Diana at the site of the 1997 crash where she died. The site already holds a golden flame-shaped monument in her honor next to the Alma Tunnel where the accident occurred. The plaza is currently named after opera singer Maria Callas. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Let's go for a drive.
Let's take a stroll. Let's gallivant.
Let's go cruising.
We all have different ways to describe how we get up and go in our cars. But whatever you may call it, you can do more of it when you save 6% off your fuel purchases at any Shell station when you use your eligible Bank of Guam Visa and MasterCard credit cards. So stop by any Guam or CNMI Shell station and start saving today. Visit bankofguam.com for more information. Terms and conditions apply. Bank of Guam, the People's Bank. Member FDIC.
Now it's my turn to talk. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show, even the fun ones. We're talking to my gay buddy here. It's brought to you by American President Lines. APL is shipping the future. Micronesia Renewable Energy. There's never been a better time to go solar, especially now that we can attach solar to batteries. So you practically don't even need the CCU and GPA no more. Guam Regional Medical City, the first choice for your specialty care needs. Cars Plus, where they are currently enjoying the last few hours of their incredible Memorial Day sale. It goes until the close of business today. Great financing, on-the-spot financing, as a matter of fact. Super low interest rates that you will find on the brand new Jeeps and Rams and Hyundais that they've got over at Cars Plus and Mighty. And finally, I get to talk about this again. Upgrade from basic with 3 new sandwiches on the Made to Crave menu. They've gone from Made to Crave burgers to Made to Crave chicken sandwiches, barbecue chicken sandwiches, the Sawsome bacon chicken sandwich, and the BLT chicken sandwich with avocado. He said it, and I meant it. Yep, find that at Wendy's, because they gotcha.
The Ray Gibson Show. Any speaker, anytime. Morning talk that matters.
Let's see now, where have we been? Where have we been? What a strange and unusual. Fridays are always kind of strange on the program for a lot of different reasons. There's just the mix of the topics, a mix of the callers, a mix of me. And so I got to say that, first 3 hours of this particular episode of the Ray Gibson Show, I got to say how delighted I am that we were able to punch through as much. If you are one of the people, if you just tuned in, you just got in the car and hit the ignition button and going, okay, what's he been yakking about today? You need to, when this program is over, go to YouTube and check out the 7 o'clock hour of the program. Uncle Robert on the line. We talked about all kinds of stuff, some more funner than others. And a little bit of a serious conversation about the idea that it's possible as, Guam, the most mature of the children of this part of the Pacific Ocean, need to do more to ensure that our brothers and sisters and cousins from the other islands, not just in the Marianas, but all the way around Micronesia, don't drift apart. There are a lot of forces that are out there for whatever reason that might be, and some of them are just the idea that everybody just kind of bumbles along from one day to the other. But we've got to put together a strong, coherent plan to be able to put some resources together to make sure that the family doesn't necessarily drift apart for whatever reason. Also, a couple of conversations earlier in the program about the Consolidated Commission on Utilities, and the question is just how big a puddle have they stepped into? With the announcement of pay raises, and then the determination that they were given illegally, the rescinding of the pay raises, and the release of the minutes. And that was something that everybody had been waiting for, was for them to come out with the minutes of this. They didn't come out necessarily with the minutes. They came out with the recording. And I tell you what, maybe they should have waited until they had a chance to type it all out, because the sound of the recording is more damning than anything that they said, that you could have read. To hear the way they were talking about ratepayer resources, ratepayer dollars, and the lack of any real evaluations that took place between the departments and the agencies and the individuals that got that got those raises, those illegal raises. And so now comes the question, what do we do about it? You want to go and just take the members of the Consolidated Commission on Utilities that were there for that meeting? Because don't hit on Mike Limtialco. He wasn't even a member at the time. And bring those guys back and browbeat them and make them to be ashamed in front of a round table or an oversight hearing over at the legislature? Or do we eliminate the need for a Consolidated Commission on Utilities by privatizing GPA and GWA. And even somebody like Robert Underwood said that's how deep this puddle is that they've stepped into. It allows a vehicle for the conversation of eliminating the need for the Consolidated Commission on Utilities by eliminating them as public utilities and selling them off to private corporations. Maybe we'll riff on that a little bit more in the next hour. As I mentioned earlier, and a very almost amusing story in the Mariana's Variety coming out of Saipan, where they are talking about cannabis rules and regulations, and they are saying, "Lots of dick. We better hurry up with our rules and regulations, get all this stuff supported over at our legislature and signed off on by the governor, because now that Guam is in the game, there is a, quote, new time clock for them to get all of their ducks in a row and begin to take advantage of recreational marijuana in the CNMI. I wonder if that comes up as a topic of conversation at the Cannabis Control Board meetings that we have here on Guam. Their boss is Attorney Vanessa Williams. Good morning, Vanessa.
Good morning, Ray.
How you doing? I haven't seen you in forever. What you been up to?
A whole lot of work and private work and cannabis work.
Are you working on anything fun on the private side? Are there any cool cases that we can talk about?
No, I don't know that there's anything that I would feel comfortable talking about, but it's all good.
All right. Well, on the most important part of the Cannabis Control Board, there was a meeting last week, and it seems to me a very aggressive schedule of meetings that are taking place with this Cannabis Control Board here.
Right. Yeah. So we for now we're setting our meetings twice a month, every second and fourth Tuesday. We want to keep it consistent so no one gets confused, and we want to keep the momentum going because, of course, our first task is to actually propose or adopt our rules and regulations, and then once we actually get that done, then we can scale back and get to the part of enforcement. But in the meantime, we're going to meet as much as possible so that we can get these out. And we're shooting for having our rules ready to go, either to be ready for an economic impact study by September, and hopefully start our public hearing process on those shortly after that EIS concludes. Right. So, I mean, the steps that need to be taken before there's any kind of official adoption of the rules and regulations by the government of Guam. So in these meetings that you guys are having, you know, when it comes to, and it's hard to see everything. It's almost like writing a new constitution when you look at it that way. But when you guys get into these meetings, what are some of the topics that you seem to be spending a lot of time talking about? Well, there's one big topic is the question of how feasible a lab is. So we have the Medicinal Marijuana Commission. They already adopted their rules and regulations about a year ago, and so we want to make sure we're consistent with that. And at the end of the day, it's the same, product or same substance that's big cannabis that's being controlled and regulated. So in terms of having the rules, we have a good template or good starting point to go from. But an issue they seem to come across since enacting those is that there's still no labs. So they have the rules and regulations for people to grow and to regulate manufacturers and dispensaries, but until there's a lab that they can be tested on, they can't get that cannabis or medical cannabis industry going. And like I said, they're talking about the same product, cannabis. And so we're kind of concerned at what is going to be different once we adopt our recreational rules, and how can we address that so that we can actually get the industry going. Well, let me ask you, and again, resorting to the idea that I might be asking kind of a dumb question, just how much lab work is going to be required? Isn't this something that, the same way that you can get, pick up a couple of ounces of swimming pool water, you drop a drop of here, and you drop a drop of something else into another thing, and another drop, and it gives you different colors, and it will tell you whether it's seeing too much chlorine, not enough chlorine, there's too much acid, not enough acid. Is there a basic kind of litmus test that we can do on cannabis to be able to almost instantly determine whether there's a presence of noxious chemicals, DDT, poisons, that kind of thing? Do we have to go through and test it the same way that you and I would do our blood, urine, and stool work? Right, and that's what we're exploring. Because I mean, I think that I'm not a scientist.
Neither am I.
Right, but the whole issue with having a lab is that because it's going to be handling this substance that we're regulating, cannabis, they have their own safety and control and inventory requirements, right? There's only certain people. You have to have a special license to be a cannabis testing lab under the medical marijuana rules. And we wouldn't want to be inconsistent with that. But that is the question we're wondering is like, well, does it have to be this onerous of a requirement, or what can we do to get the product out to market without while a full-blown certified lab is getting geared up? Is there some type of staggered implementation we can do, and some type of measures we can take to have cannabis on the market and tested for these pesticides or whatever chemicals, and that they're safe for public consumption until that lab's gets going.
I mean, there ought to be something simple that you can do, and just take a clipping over here and put it on some kind of a slide and put a reagent or something on it and make sure that it doesn't have pesticides, and another test to find out just what kind of THC levels that we've got, and then move from there, and then you can sell it to Ray Gibson and all of his druggy friends.
Right. Yeah. So I'm not sure the problem is the actual science. The capabilities. Is there any company that's willing to enter this market and invest all the expenses that are required for control of the under the existing regs, the medicinal regs, for them to find it worthwhile to invest.
Yeah, and where would they get the money from? Where would the lab be able to put those dollars? I'm in receipt of a document from a bank, and in this case, it's the Bank of Guam. It is a cannabis. I'll hook it up here in just a second. I'll be able to take a look at the actual document to see what exactly it is. But the Bank of Guam has a cannabis certification form that basically says I am not engaged in a marijuana-related business. And further, it also goes on to say that none of my customers are in a marijuana-related business, which would make it difficult for all kinds of businesses on Guam to be even involved with the marijuana game, even on a tertiary basis, a secondary or tertiary basis. I could not, if I was with the Bank of Guam, I could not sell advertising to somebody that was in the cannabis game and still maintain my accounts over at the Bank of Guam. So we've got some real important banking issues that we've got to get into, don't we?
Well, yes and no. I mean, but part of the problem is I think that the banks are hesitant. Well, Bank of Guam, maybe other banks might have this policy because they're federal regulators, right? And so even if we were to come up with some type of, we have our local, Insurance Securities Banking Commission here, but that's in addition to the federal regs. So there's nothing really, I don't think, that we could do at the local level that's going to have these federally regulated institutions relax their policies, So, but there is the issue of how do we get these businesses, how do we monitor the money that's moving through it? Because obviously it's very hard if it's a completely cash-based business.
Yep.
Where can they safely put their money, and how can the government monitor that so that if there's an auditing issue and we're collecting the right amount of taxes. So that's the yes part. The no part is I don't know what we can do about
Yeah, that is kind of tricky. And I'm wondering if what businesses there are that are out there. It seems like once we start looking at a business that is doing B2B with another business that is involved in marijuana, and the rules are quite stringent. I'll give you this. It looks like it was written by a lawyer. If bank determines in its sole discretion that either customer, anyone employed by or affiliated with customer is or becomes engaged in a marijuana-related business or otherwise is involved with the handling of marijuana, plant or marijuana-related products, bank has the right to immediately terminate any or all accounts associated with the customer without prior or advance notice. Customer agrees to hold the bank harmless from any such terminations. So, I mean, there are some very specific penalties that would apply to the customer, maybe just for doing some secondary work for somebody in that game. I hear what you're saying. There's not much that even the Cannabis Control Board could do here on Guam that would overcome or circumvent any of the federal requirements that these guys have got to meet.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very tricky. What about employment? Are there things that reach the Cannabis Control Board where people are concerned about what to do with employees that are coming to work with drug problems and things like that? You touching any of that?
Not yet. I mean, I maybe a little bit. I've heard the question of, but it seems that most businesses will resolve this on their own. But if just because it's legal, is it okay if my employees do it? And that's a private business decision. We know for GovGuam, right, they still have a drug-free policy. So it's just, I think of it in terms of alcohol. You still, alcohol is legal. Now cannabis, recreational use of cannabis is legal, but you still can't be drunk or high at work.
Sure. So that would be the way it works itself out here, and whatever testings are in place. What I've told people here is it's important to have a drug plan. It doesn't necessarily need to be one of these things where you're sending people to the lab every day to go take a test. But in the event somebody does do something stupid, and we think that he might have been stoned at the time, it's important to have some kind of written policy in hand. Speak to an HR professional about this, and you can go to places on the World Wide Web associated with the Society of Human Resource Management and download very, very good drug workplace policies. A question, and I'm sure this has come up, and maybe you can help me get a business license for something like this. Me and my producer, Michael Knight, we want to open up our own kind of marijuana smoking cafe where we would allow people to come by, smoke their marijuana, and then I will give them all kinds of salty, crunchy, and delicious snacks for the time that they are high in my property. Unfortunately, the way the current law exists is I can't have, you can only smoke in the privacy of your own house. You can't be in public places, probably not indoor smoking. Are those rules and regulations that the Cannabis Control Board can control to allow for businesses to pop up, might not necessarily be selling the marijuana, but certainly allowing their customers to smoke and be high there?
Well, I think definitely we're going to address that. We're going to have rules that say where it can be consumed. I mean, but there's going to be a difference between consumption, edibles, right, and
smoking?
And smoking or vaping. Well, I anticipate vaping because we just have that recent proposed amendment to the Natasha Protection Act where you can vape, right? And so, and the Natasha Protection Act does cover smoking and vaping of cannabis. So our rules are going to have to be consistent with that. We're taking a closer look at it to see whether that completely prohibits all private businesses, whether we might entertain the possibility of cannabis establishments similar to bars where it's the business owner's choice. I don't know if that's allowed for in the Natasha Protection Act. We're going to have to take a close look at it. We definitely talked about it at either the last meeting or the meeting before that.
Yeah, it wouldn't that be weird if you could go someplace, smoke marijuana, in cigarette form, but not smoke an actual cigarette?
Right. Yeah.
But hey, this is Sparta. In your meetings and knowing some of the people on the cannabis board, do you feel that this is going to be a more liberal cannabis control board, or do you think that you're going to be very, very conservative and uptight when it comes to just how much we're going to allow, how many places, how many business licenses will we allow for Ray Gibson style cafes, how many labs are we going to open, how many people will be allowed to be able to get a license to grow and distribute marijuana?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's a little too early to tell whether we're going to put some type of numerical restriction or absolute restriction on the number of licenses that can be applied for.
Yeah.
But there's definitely already guidelines in the law that say like where it can be sold. I guess within a certain distance from where kids congregate. So we'd want to do rules that are consistent with that, and whether that comes in the form of a cap or maybe in terms of some other type of restriction. I'm sure we're going to do that. In terms of whether we're more conservative or liberal, I like to tell people the operative word is we're the control board. We're here to control it. So I guess in that respect, we want to be more conservative. We're concerned about public safety. We're concerned about that that minors aren't exposed to cannabis. Anyone under 21. So I guess in that respect, we want to approach it cautiously.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, we do want to get this industry going. And so I think that's what kind of the tension we're at now is looking at these rules and looking at the issues like the lab is, how do we adopt, or what rules do we adopt, and how do we implement them, and at what time and what phases that we're actually going to have a industry to regulate.
Right.
Because it seems at this point that if we look at how it's gone with medicinal marijuana, one of the problems is they adopted their rules and regs, but for some reason we still don't have that industry. So there's nothing really to control at this point.
Right. I hear what you're saying. Now, will there be ways that, is there any plans for any kind of a website or some other way for people on Guam that are interested in the control of this industry to be able to chime in on and interact with the Cannabis Control Board?
So they're definitely going to have a site. We're going to have a landing page at the Rev and Tax website, similar to, they provide technical assistance to us. So we've been reporting all of our minutes and recordings to the Public Auditor's Office as required, but we're also going to upload them to that site, which should be happening soon. Actually, I don't know. I want to say within a week or so you can see the minutes of the meetings and hear the recordings, and then also see the notices of when the meetings are. But again, we want to have our meetings standing on second and fourth Tuesdays, so it makes it easy for stakeholders, community members who are interested to remember this is when they're meeting if you want to come. In terms of interacting, the meetings will probably be the best place for now. I don't know if there's going to be any type of online way to interact, but at the meetings we always have a open forum at the end to allow for members of the public to provide their comments. And of course, individually, a lot of us members have been getting approached and raising the concerns and the comments that members of the public have been giving to us individually and presenting them to the board.
Right. Well, if you need any help on the publicity side, let me know. I got a bunch of radio stations here, and I'm a loud talker. So if it comes down to how do we spread the words, love to be able to help out with that committee.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Okay, Vanessa, it's always nice talking to you. Kiss to Mom. I'll see you soon.
All right.
All right. At 9:27 in the morning, Vanessa Williams from the Cannabis Control Board, and thoughts right now on the development. Now, it's interesting the way she puts this is, right now there's no industry to control. So we've got to get things set up, and what's the fastest, most expedient way to do it? And like I said, for me with lab. Okay, so you apply, and we'll get one of these built up. $10, $12 million labs eventually down the road. But what's the scratch test? Is there just a, it's like when you go and you get allergies, right? They scratch up your skin a little bit, and then they put a couple of things on there and then check for mold in a couple of days, right?
Yeah, I know they check for at least 3 internal chemicals of the plant itself, and then they're also checking for contaminants and other things, and it actually is a pretty in-depth testing procedure. You can see it on YouTube. They do have some stories on there about the testing procedures they go through. It's quite involved, actually. And there are other things that you're doing because you're trying to deal with quality control. Different people want different things.
Yeah,
some people want a high THC, low CBD. Others want high CBD, low THC. There's also another compound called CBN, which is if it's too high, that means that the marijuana may actually be old and not really suitable or may not be as good or strong. So there are a lot of things that they're having to figure out with these labs, and it's all science. That's why it costs so darn much.
No, I get it. And, I understand the concept behind science and the need to do testing and things like that. But, if we've got already a pretty clear idea what it is that we are testing for, how much of a lab do we need to set up if those are, if there's only 6 things, right? Listen, there's 10 things that we need to know about this plant.
Yeah.
And plants just like it. Are we going to test every single plant that comes out of the grower's place, or is there something like a representative sample that we can find? And then what's the quick and dirty? I mean, you think about all the things. You know, you go to the lab. I could go to the doctor's office. I went to AMC yesterday, and the first time I'd been in AMC where they didn't want copies of every samples of everything that I've got in my system. You know, all the fluids and things that come out of my body. First time I'd ever been there, and can I just say, and I know that Melissa Akimoto is probably listening, or somebody, the women, the people at AMC in Manilao, that's a beauty contest.
Oh,
it just from the where you get in, and then you go into the rooms and all that. The entire place is a beauty contest, and every single one of them is a winner. All right. Having said that, now it's the first time I'd been to an AMC where they didn't take samples, and so they take samples of my blood and they take samples of the urine, maybe stool if there's something going on there, and it really doesn't take all that long for somebody to go in the back and process a couple of basic tests that come back out, and I'm going, okay, I know that part of the building isn't $1 million. Right? I mean, all of these things that they can test for, STDs and, what the liver count is and blood cells and white cells and all of this other jazz that you can tell from they got things that they can test that for. So how much can we just get one or two of those gizmos?
Interesting point you're bringing up now, and all I can say is due to the illegality of the substance that we're discussing, testing has not been available on it in wide-scale form. So this whole marijuana testing thing is actually brand new. We've been testing bodily fluids for hundreds of years.
Yeah,
we know all those little things. This whole marijuana testing thing is really just getting off the ground because it's been illegal to even have this stuff for years.
We will solve this, and the way that we are going to solve this is we're going to make this. We just had a couple of science fairs, and you're going to laugh at me, and you're going to say, you got to be kidding. But we've got young, blossoming scientists graduating this weekend from high schools all over Guam. They're real brainiac kids. I mean, that didn't like me fall asleep in chemistry class. And maybe we ought to find a way. We'll get the Cannabis Control Board to go to the high schools and the chemistry labs that we have in the high schools and issue some kind of a challenge to these kids to be able to figure out what that scratch test could possibly be for marijuana. You leave it to the old guys, and we'll get old ideas. But you give it to the hands of these young kids and see what they've got. Pam Duvall says, "Love AMC." Probably not for the same reasons as me. James Howard says, "Do the smoke test. I'll volunteer and bring some friends along as well." Jess Limtiaco says, "Looks like the commission has a ton of work ahead of them," and I got to agree with that. It sure does look like that. Also saying, "Is secondhand smoke from cannabis worse than tobacco smoke?" I don't know. Oh no. Doesn't make any difference. It's one of those things. People have looked the other way, and I've got friends like this. I got friends like this from when I was a smoker, back in the old days, when I was one of those devil tobacco smokers, right? I'd get friends, didn't want to be around me when I was smoking. But when it came to smoking marijuana, close the doors. Don't let any of this stuff. We got a hot box, buddy. What about that? But I could not light a cigarette in the same hot box that they were smoking marijuana in, right? You know why? Because stoners have weird logic. That's all there is to it. iConnect time. Let me do iConnect before we get into Bob here. What was I saying? iConnect time is 9:33 in the morning, and you called them up at 888-8888, and they'll give you ideas and different ways that we can save money on your mobile and internet needs. And also, if you're in business, push to talk, babe. They're the only guys that do it at iConnect.
Experience the Take Care difference. Take Care members can count on accessing a high-quality, credentialed network of on-island providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and Urgent Care, access to an extensive off-island network of providers, and the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. You can count on Take Care to deliver comprehensive, accredited insurance coverage and quality health care when and where you need it. Take Care. Our island, your health plan. Learn more at takecareasia.com.
Legends aren't born, they are made. And during our Jeep Celebration event at Cars Plus and Mighty, you'll receive up to $6,000 in accessories with the purchase of a new Jeep Wrangler, Motor Trend SUV of the Year. Customize your new Jeep to the way you want it. Or how about a new Jeep Grand Cherokee? Save up to $5,000. Or save up to $7,500 on a new Jeep Compass Sport. It's our Jeep Celebration event going on now at Cars Plus and Mighty. Cars Plus, driven by you. Accessory special cannot be combined with other offers. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Mom. Somebody forgot to thaw the chicken, so meet us at Chili's for 2 for $25. Oh, and congratulate your sister for making the basketball team. She's thrilled. Love you. See you at Chili's.
Enjoy 2 full meal combos for $25. An appetizer, 2 mouth-watering entrees like our crispy chicken breast, smoked barbecue quarter leg, or smoked jalapeno cheddar sausage. Served with corn on the cob and french fries. 2 bold combos for $25. A full-on meal deal available nightly for a limited time. Together, we Chili's.
In other marijuana news, the federal cannabis lawsuit that was filed by Hiller in cooperation with the Cannabis Cultural Association defended their appeal in front of a group of judges in the Second Circuit Court of Appeals in New York. And now there has been a response. In a groundbreaking decision, the United States Second Circuit Court of Appeals became the first court to refuse to dismiss a lawsuit challenging the constitutionality of the Controlled Substances Act. Quoting language from the historic Brown versus Board of Education case, the court in Washington v. Barr ruled that the Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, is required with all deliberate speed to consider a petition by plaintiffs to deschedule cannabis, which could legalize it nationwide, at least under federal law. In the Washington v. Barr case filed in July of 2017, that has attracted national attention as advocates have lined up behind the plaintiffs who've argued that the classification of cannabis as a Schedule I substance is unconstitutionally irrational and violates the Equal Protection Clause, Commerce Clause, substantive due process, and the right to preserve one's health and life, and the rights to free speech and travel. There's a little bit more to this story. I'm just jumping in to see if there's other places where it will make a little bit of sense. But there is a court now that is not going to dismiss a case, which means that they're going to be taking it all the way through. Second Supreme Court, we'll see what happens. 9:36, my very close, very dear personal friend, Bob Kelly is on the line. Good morning, Bob.
Yeah, you were asking about the testing equipment or the testing of the marijuana, and for proper testing, there's really a lot to it because, number one, there's the testing of your strength of your THCs, your CBDs, your various components that make up the marijuana plant. You also got to test for any
pesticides, poisons, mercury,
poisons, residual solvents, heavy metals, and you also have to test to make sure that you don't have any microbe contaminants like molds and bacteria and so on. So it's not quite as simple as just something you can drop in like measuring chlorine in a pool.
Well, if we're talking about medicinal marijuana, and I think, it's important that if we're going to pretend that it's going to be something that everybody needs to either get rid of the sniffles, take care of fibromyalgia, or cure cancer and AIDS, then, yeah, I can see where we might need to have all of that crazy testing going on. But I think in terms of recreational use, I mean, look, you and I take a drink over at a craft beer place, right? What testing is going on?
There's a whole lot of testing that goes into that.
But we're not required to. But Bob, we're not required to send a sample of the craft beer a sample that goes into every glass out to a lab to get tested. We know what those tests are, and we know how to test in those facilities. I'm just saying there's got to be an easier and plainer, as an off-the-shelf way to test recreational marijuana.
Right now, there is chromatography tests that are involved in it, and various other. It's a little bit more complicated, but I would say this is closer to what they have to tell. At least the ones who would be smoking it is closer to what the cigarette manufacturers have to do. And if there was 2 or 3 labs testing in the United States, the people sent their plants to an accredited ISO lab, it wouldn't be a problem. But you can't send it across state lines because of federal law. So every jurisdiction has to have an ISO accredited lab. If we could put it in a DHL and send it to Hawaii or California in a day, get the test results back, then that would be a fairly inexpensive way to go. But current regulations don't allow that.
No, I understood, and here we are at the beginning of all of this. My guess is in another 5 years, people are going to play back tapes like this and just laugh and laugh and laugh because we will have found what is a common sense solution to all of these things. It just seems to me that we want to be unhung up about it, but we still got hang-ups about it.
And then one of the big problems. Think about this, the way things are going around on the banking document you did.
Mm-hmm.
I've been asked a possibility of doing an investment in helping set up a lab because we have equipment like that in our office to test some of this stuff. If I put that in as an investment in a lab, not only is my major business that I work with now got a problem with a bank, but every business that I have a part of, whether it's as an officer or some stock ownership, would suddenly now be prohibited from doing business with the Bank of Guam. Think about how that reads. And you know me, how many businesses that could affect.
I don't disagree with you, but I can also see the bank's position where, hey, dude, we got a federal ticket here with the FDIC that we cannot afford to mess with. And until we get those issues resolved, then they have to play street cop on all of the businesses that have accounts with them to make sure that those businesses don't jeopardize their FDIC ticket.
But you see, if they said in their form that they're not going to accept bank accounts for the growers or sellers of marijuana, that would be one thing. But if you have an employee who is growing recreational marijuana, if I read the letter correctly, if you did not terminate them, you'd lose your Bank of Guam account.
Sure looks like that.
It's very clear. I mean, unless I'm not a lawyer, but I can read plain English. I have one employee who has been told by the doctor, you've got glaucoma. I recommend you grow yourself some of this and smoke it 3 times a week.
Mm-hmm.
If I didn't fire him, Bank of Guam could seize all my accounts.
Yes, and they don't even have to tell you. They can do it on their own, and you sign away any opportunities to otherwise appeal or do anything about it.
Yeah, and that's what my concern is. How much does this stretch out? I mean, when you and now we got an HR problem. If you have an employee that you terminate because they use marijuana,
mm-hmm.
let's forget the smoking is. They just take a marijuana extract for glaucoma. If you fire them for that so you don't lose your bank account, now do you have an HR violation?
Yeah, you might have an HR violation. You might have an ADA violation because you're not you're not giving them any reasonable accommodations.
Right. I mean, this whole thing looks to me, or you hire a veteran who has PTSD. They've been told to, use the marijuana to stay calm. Now, if you hired that person, does that mean immediately the Bank of Guam can seize all your bank accounts?
Well, we use the Bank of Guam because that's the form that we're looking at right now. It's also possible that every other bank on Guam that does business accounts might likewise be issuing the same thing sometime soon. Don't know. We're going to have to, the part of this is we're going to have to wait out. We have to wait out the federal government and what it is that they want to do. Like I said, this may all be stuff that we laugh about this time next year. Wow, I can't believe we were worried about this.
I would hope so. But the question that right now is what they're trying to do with the CCB and with what Clint's tried to do is to jumpstart a marijuana business. But it looks to me like there's not a speed bump in the road. You've got a great big brick wall, especially if the other banks do anything similar to what the Bank of Guam has done. Nobody in Guam is going to be able to touch anything even related. And any employee or ownership in those companies, even if you got a minor stock ownership, those companies would end up, they could cover half the business in Guam.
New subject, because I'm tired of this one now. I want to go back to the CCU, the size of the puddle that they've stepped into, and the idea that it might be deep enough that it encourages a conversation about privatization of GPA and GWA.
Most utility companies in the U.S. are either private or cooperatives.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not a whole lot of government-run utilities other than Tennessee Valley, yes, with some of their work and some of the reactors are. But we aren't at that stage here. But going back to your basic question, I certainly think it's something to look at. I think that everybody was afraid in telecommunications of several things in the past that were smoke and mirrors. One, when we started, if you recall, when we established North American rate structure for our phone calls, everybody said that that would be the end of long distance in business because the prices would go down so nobody could make any money here and would lose all of our carriers.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, the price went down to virtually nothing. The usage went up by many, many multitudes, many thousands of a percent, and the carriers are still in business and thriving here. And look what it's done to our business. When we went to privatize GTA, people were saying, oh, this is going to hurt the number of services that can be offered because they won't be required. Instead, we have competition now. We have Docomo, GTA, IT&E, all Choice Phone, all competing in different areas. It has limited what we have available. It's opened up the breadth of what we can do. So I think that if we go back to the utilities, you could actually have 2 or 3 companies providing power generation. This is what in Ohio, this is what I have. I choose who I want to buy my power from. And I can actually pay about 15% more for my power, but because I'm committed to green power, I will buy my power from a company that puts power into the grid from
renewable sources. Yeah, and so the question is, how the electricity gets to your house. And right now, we can leave GPA in charge of transmission and distribution, but allow other people to be able to plug in their electricity at a variety of points and just determine what the wheeling rates are going to be to allow access to basically the wires.
And I agree with that, but then I would make one comment. Ohio has a whole lot more customers than Guam.
No, of course.
And so the ability to regulate 3 or 4 power producers here certainly I think would become difficult. So that would be an area that has to be certainly looked at also.
All right. Well, a lot of time in that subject as well. But we are technologically at a point where we don't need. I don't think we need to have one commission, one czar of electricity or water. I think that there are ways that we're able to do this. I'm a fan of distributed distribution and generation, to be sure. Distributed generation. That is, I want to be able to put solar panels up on the roof. I want to be able to feed into the Guam Power Authority system and take whatever credits that I can get to help defray the cost of that generation.
I want to make a comment on that. But first, water is in many cases run by the government throughout the world, where power is not. So the water is usually a utility run by the government in all cities and states.
There are ways, though, that you can privatize that. I mean, the state of Hawaii that I'm aware of has private water companies.
Not distributing through Honolulu. No, not in the pipes in the ground.
I'll do a little bit more research on that, but it seems to me that there are a lot of water companies out there that are run privately that are not necessarily associated with state governments.
But back to the solar panel, because you and I think, have always had a slightly difference of opinion. I don't have a problem with somebody putting the solar panels on their roof. I don't have a problem with them getting off the grid. I don't have a problem with them putting it into a battery. That way they don't need a generator and they're not trying to put it back in. But if they put the power into the grid, go back to what we were talking about, where we were talking about the transmission lines could be paid for separately.
Mm-hmm.
They have to pay for the power that they put into the grid and take back out, and that means they cannot have the same rate that they pay for the power as what they put in, because what they put in has to be transmitted when they take it back out, transmitted, and those costs, as well as the wheeling generators, have to be covered, and that's going to reduce somewhat significantly what they get for their power, because you've got to take the cost, or else you're going to be asking those businesses and customers who do not have solar panels to subsidize those who do. If there's going to be a subsidy, it should come out of the general fund or some other federal taxes, which is in there to help pay for the solar panels to encourage solar, but you should not expect ratepayers to pay the increased cost of somebody putting power in and taking it back out because they don't have a battery.
Well, it's important, though, that that we listen to the researchers when they come out here and give reports on the value of solar.
Well, there's value to the solar, but who pays for the value? In other words,
but that's how you would determine what your payback or your credit rate is. I mean, there are some people that are saying it needs to be one-on-one. I don't necessarily agree with them, but I don't know that simply offsetting whatever the fuel cost is going to be sufficient. I think there are other values of solar, and now values of solar with battery that the utilities ought to be encouraging, and there are places where they are. Just saying.
Well, it's okay to encourage it, but let's go back to what I'm going to say. GPA is putting in huge amounts of solar, but they're also putting in a very expensive battery. We're all paying for that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if a person doesn't want to put a battery for their house, but just put the system in, they're basically using the battery and the wheeling generation of GPA, which we're paying for, since they didn't want to buy their battery for their house. And all I'm saying here is, the obligation to subsidize solar should not be the other ratepayers, because we're paying for the solar and the batteries going into Guam done by GPA. If I want to privately get into the business of selling GPA my power, I have to sell it at a wholesale rate, just like any other wholesale. When you've got companies here selling power to GPA, they don't sell it at the retail rate. They sell it at a wholesale rate.
Yeah, you and I, we're not disagreeing. We're not disagreeing. I think that there are other numbers that go into the equation. I'm not disagreeing. I'm not saying that you're blowing hot air. I just think that we need to examine what all of the different numerical components are, up to including regulatory requirements, reporting requirements that might be offset if we distribute the generation a little bit more and encourage it a little bit more. And in my mind, that's the value. That's the value of solar and battery.
One question for you on this, though. Why should a kilowatt hour sold to GPA by Ray Gibson cost any more than a kilowatt hour done by one of the generation companies that's running the generating plants on Guam?
Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't say I was going to sell it for more. I don't have a problem. I like I was saying, I would love the conversation about what I'm costing the utility, what my participation as a distributed generator is costing the utility, and versus what are we saving for the utility, right? If I'm throwing kilowatt hours, X number of kilowatt, if the distributed generators are throwing X number of kilowatt hours at the utility, is that one less plant? Is that one less or 10 less people to deal with federal and EPA regulatory requirements? Is it one less thing that we have to build? Do you follow what I'm saying? So let's we chip away at some of those numbers, and we come up with something that's going to end up being reasonable, and it might be exactly the same as what the wholesale rate is that they're getting from their solar panel guys. I'm just saying. So let's have that conversation when it's going to be less boring for the listeners.
Well, okay, and that's all I'm saying is you can't use retail rates because the current generators, whether it's the big power plants or the solar people that they've done contracts with, they're not getting retail rates; they're getting wholesale rates.
And I'm not. And again, I'm not.
Wholesale should be about the same.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I want a complete analysis of the numbers, and depending on what the conversations are that you're listening to and what audio tapes of what meetings you're listening to, it's possible that maybe we did not get as much of a review of the cost of solar. Just saying, and we don't know. I want to get copies of the audio of those meetings.
If I'm a power generator like the ones that are running the power plant, and you're going to give the guy running the solar panel at home retail, I'm going to want to be paid the same rate he is. And that couldn't happen because then there's no money for administration and transmission.
Right. And again, I'm not, Bob, I'm not disagreeing with you. You keep trying to pick a fight. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying that we need to get closer on what those numbers are. And again, based on the caliber of the conversation that went into pay raises with the CCU and GPA and GWA, now I'm a lot more uncomfortable that those numbers were never even looked at.
I agree, but I would also encourage people to really look at something you're advertising now. If they have solar panels put a battery in. Then you can avoid having a generator to run your essential appliances, and you'll get out of the situation of having to wheel your power back and forth. So Tesla's got a really nice wall-mounted battery. I don't know what your companies are selling, but I'm sure they're similar, the ones advertising. People should look at battery because that solves two problems, selling back and also the problem of if there's a power outage after a typhoon, how you can continue operating where if you were just wheeling your power back and forth, you can't. So there's some good reasons to look at this.
I agree. Micronesia Renewable Energy has assured me that Tesla will be among their product line sometime soon. 9:54, Bob, I'll talk to you later.
I tell them I endorse the Tesla.
you tell them. Call them up. Mr. Villa, I think Joe and Jeff might like to hear from you. I got to run, though, because it's 9:55. All right. Yes, that's the nature of the conversation. Every time Bob and I get together, it almost always sounds like that. Isn't that fun? Hello, is there anybody still there? Good. 9:54, be right back.
The Crazy 19 menu at King's Restaurants is back with all your breakfast, lunch, and dinner favorites. Fun pancakes, tasty sandwiches, and the local dishes you crave for a limited time on the Crazy 19 menu at King's.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
GRMC's cardiology department treats most complex heart problems. In our catheterization lab, cardiologists use imaging equipment to treat clogged arteries that can cause heart attacks or heart failure. We perform balloon angioplasty, stenting, and other life-saving cardiac procedures. If you suffer from a heart condition, have your provider refer you to GRMC's cardiology clinic at 645-5500. GRMC, where patients are partners.
Business travel just got easier. Take your data plan with you for only $10 a day to all 17 Data-to-Go destinations. Never worry about additional data roaming charges when you go where your business needs you. The US, China, Thailand, and so much more. Have the assurance you need to check emails, surf the web, and stay connected. Call 688-2677 today to make sure your account is Data-to-Go ready. Docomo Pacific. Better together.
Well, see, if you ever jump into the radio station and take a look at what I see, and in fact, I might be able to show you what I see. I got banks of television monitors and things like internet monitoring and things like that. And the reason why I have all of that is so that any given moment, if something were to break in the news, might be able to get it to you faster than anybody else. And this is breaking news now. The United States will impose a 5% tariff on all Mexican imports starting the 10th of June. President Donald Trump tweeted that out. The tariff will gradually increase until the illegal immigration problem is remedied, he said in his tweet, adding that at which times the tariffs will then be removed. The announcement comes as U.S. Trade Representative Bob Lighthizer on Thursday sent a letter to congressional leaders, kickstarting the process of approving updates to the North America Free Trade Agreement. CNBC says this is breaking news. Check back for updates. He said they were going to build the wall. He said, we're going to build a wall, and Mexico going to pay for it. Maybe this is what he was talking about. Another in a line of interesting stories. Lady D saying the CCU should be forced to resignation. Well, ponder in your head what they would get replaced by if it came down to it. If all of them came down and did what the Japanese refer to as seppuku harakiri, come in and fall in the sword. If they were to do something like that, what would they be replaced by? You want to have a special election? Good. Who's going to run in elections? Politicians run in elections. That's who runs. So we're just going to replace one politician with another politician. Unless we also simultaneously and at the same time provide for different qualifications. We do that with the public auditor. You want to be the public auditor of Guam, you have to have a CPA. Or a JD. BJ Cruz doesn't have a CPA. He's not a CPA. but he's a lawyer, used to be a judge. So there are ways that we can put qualifications. If you want to sit on the Consolidated Commission on Utilities, maybe there are some requirements that you have to have. Some maybe a PE at the end of your name. Maybe that's the ticket, and say, you know, that's the qualification to sit on something that will determine the policies and the structure of our utilities. Otherwise, then maybe get rid of the requirement for a Consolidated Commission on Utilities by privatizing. Just say we ain't going to be in the power of the water business. And in fact, it was the Consolidated Commission on Utilities, when they first got together, that proposed the idea of privatizing GWA. Remember? Google it. It's in the books. Hey, speaking of in the books, this one here is in the books, this program. And I got to go. So I want you to have a great weekend. Try to make good decisions, and we'll try to get back together again on Monday morning about 6 o'clock. This is KUSG Agana, headquarters for Fox News Live. Thanks for the point.
It's a Fox News alert. A new round of tariffs. I'm Lee Silasera. On June 10th, the U.S. will begin imposing a 5% tariff on all goods coming into our country from Mexico. The president hinted something was coming earlier today.
We're going to do something very dramatic on the border.
The president tweeting, until such time, he writes, as illegal migrants coming through Mexico and into our country, and he writes the tariff will gradually increase until the illegal immigration problem is remedied.